I love watching the smaller guys play because they defy odds. Things that they're doing out there they shouldn't be doing. And Jalen is a perfect example. At the end of the day, they're like, oh, Allen Iverson, Steve Nash. I'm like, MVPs, actually. MVPs of the league. They didn't win a championship. So, yes, he is your 1A. And all I was saying is that I don't think you win a championship. It's not that he's not amazing. He's amazing. So calm down, New York.
I mean, I texted Becky that night and said, don't let anyone make you apologize for this. The Knicks agree with you. That's why the Knicks. But that's not a slight on Jalen Brunson.
No, not at all.
He has transformed that organization.
Yep.
He is one of the biggest free agent signings of the past decade in the NBA. But the reason that the Knicks are hoarding draft picks and assets, that they want to, if he becomes available, get a first, second team, all NBA level player. You win with that Jokic, Giannis, LeBron James.
Definitely.
And if we were doing a draft of available players, would Jalen Brunson be in the first 5, the first 10, the first 15? Maybe. But championships are won. You have to have one of those guys. That doesn't diminish what Brunson has meant, what he has done in his career. He is one of the great success stories in this league from a second-round pick.
Look, I don't think any of these things are absolute, right? Like, he's listed as 6'2". I don't even think he's as tall as 6'2". We've seen other small guys win. Isaiah Thomas is another famous example. I think Chris Paul could have won championships and may still win championships. Who knows? In different contexts. It depends what the rest of your team is like. Do you have, like, a co-1A if you're the 14th best player in the league? Is the 15th best guy on your team? How does he fit? And right now, look, the Knicks want a better player than Jalen Brunson. We know that, right? You just said that. I think the Knicks right now, if they're healthy, this Knicks team currently without that player, but with Jalen Brunson, is the biggest threat into the Boston Celtics in the Eastern Conference, as is. I don't think they'd beat them, and I think they would like another star. So I think nothing is quite absolute. Would you like Jalen Brunson to be taller? Everyone wishes they were a little bit taller.
Oh, a little bit taller, a baller. Yeah, that was kind of Becky's main point. But what Jalen Brunson has done as well is turn the New York Knicks into an organization that people want to play for, that free agents around the league look at and say, okay, well, what about New York? But the reality is they've also lost 5 of their last 7 games. Is help on the way, Woj, with Julius Randle and OG Anunoby?
Wait. Again. I'm good, guys. I'm good. Man, this is just the worst. Let's try this again. Once again, shout out to all you guys. Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. I'm just saying it's one of them days. Okay, let's go again. All right. So, once again, the weather report is looking like 46 degrees right now on the East Coast, specifically the New York area. 51 is for the high today. It's raining all day, probably into the early AM. They said something around 6 a.m. So all day it's a rain out. Uh, it's going to be in the 50s for the next 8 to 9 days. We'll take it because it's been cold. It's been winter. It is what it is. So finally some warmth. That's it. That's what I said. You didn't miss nothing crazy. And I also said it's back. I don't care. And look at what it's doing to my green screen. Oh, crazy. Anyway, I'm drinking my morning cup of Joe because today I need it. That's right. It's needed. I don't care. It's really weird. Look at that. You guys see that? Do you see what an object does to the camera and a green screen? I'm doing the same thing with my hand. It's not changing. I put the cup up. It changes everything. It's ridiculous. It's dumbness. Whatever. Technology. It is what it is. Anyway, thank you guys for being quick to the draw. We okay. We good. Uh, thank you, Jigga Man. Appreciate you, my brother. Yeah, thank you. Shout out to everybody, man, and shout out to Jigga Man once again, man. Happy birthday, brother. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope this whole weekend is enjoyable for you. Do something with the family, whatever you can do. Just take a little rest, relaxation, but do something fun to lift your spirits. Not that your spirits are down, but you know what I mean. You always want something to brighten the moment, right? Um, Shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for bearing with me. As you can see, I put up the Becky Hammond clip, which is pivotal to what we're talking about today. I saw that clip and I think it dropped on Monday or Tuesday. And as soon as I saw that clip, I knew that Saturday, this is what I was talking about. Not the only thing we'll talk about, but I knew we were going to be talking about this. Um, uh, I had technical difficulties because the plan was actually to chop up, which would have taken a little bit more time in editing on my part, to chop up some more clips from the usual suspects. You know, Becky Hammond, Candice Parker, even Richard Jefferson. I don't care if he has been warming up to the Knicks lately and saying some nicer things. You still public enemy. Um, Obviously, Stephen Hayter Smith, aka Brick. If you guys notice in the thumbnail, I put his name as Brick because Stephen A. Smith has a side job as an actor on the soap opera General Hospital, and his character is named Brick. So I'm like, all right, so you're Brick today. Your takes are cold, your heart is cold in regards to the Knicks anyway, so why not? Um, Also, I was gonna chop up some not so favorable clips of Doris Burke. Now, in the process of doing all of that, I started to put things together. I started to grab those clips, and when I was listening to them, there was like a static thing going on, like it's like a yeah, it's a static thing. It's like a popcorn thing that you hear. It distorts some of the voices. And yeah, and I had spent time and I was doing this and I'm like, yo, I'm wasting time here trying to edit this, put this together, and then when I'm hearing the final product, it sounds like trash. So I had to restart my computer. I restarted my computer, which was just recently, and I was only able to do the one clip, which is the Becky Hammond one. But it's the most important one anyway, but it kind of upset me. Either way, that's why I was delayed. And yeah, that's the behind the scenes stuff that you guys don't see or don't have to deal with. And it's a pain. Believe me. I know guys like Jigga understand it's a pain. Um yeah, but anyway. Shout out to Walter Blackman. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing well. Good morning to you as well. My guy Double A, listen, I'm sorry. I read this while I was trying to fix that edit or whatever I was doing. I apologize to you, brother. I'm sorry for the loss of your dog, man. That stinks. Man, look how cute in the picture. Wow. Sorry to hear that, bro. Yeah, it's never fun to lose an animal or a pet of any kind. We lost our pet about a week or so ago as well. So yeah, it stinks. So I'm sorry to hear that. And you are always welcome to come up on the panel um, and distract yourself, my brother. Excuse me. Andios is in the building. Salute. What's good? My guy Louisiana Knicks is in the building. Salute. Sha Powers is here. Appreciate you. Salute. Oh, let's get it. Corey Lee is in the building. Whoa. See? The coffee. I don't care, guys. I needed the coffee this morning. This was one of them. I needed the coffee, okay? First off, let me say this again. Shop Powers in the building. Please go support Shop Powers, my guy Divine, Nick's Real Talk. You know what I mean? Especially during these times, man. We need to hear their voices because times are rough right now as a Knicks fan. It's okay. It's not crazy, but it's just a little rough. Shout out to my guy Corey Lee, one half of the 718 Boys on the Blorange Tears Network. Tune into their show on Sundays at 10 a.m. So that's tomorrow at 10. What up, Corey? Appreciate you. Dwayne Dennis is in the building. What's good, Dwayne? Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He said, honestly speaking, if we're going into tomorrow's game with the same lineup as the Thursday's game against the Warriors and the game against the Pelicans, we will lose another one, unfortunately. You might be right. You might be right. They might have to switch something up. It's a possibility that it's needed because right now they're struggling and they don't really look like they're at a confident bunch at the moment. Okay, here we go. What up, Pudge? Nixon Nice is in the building. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Wonder Woman is in the building. Salute, Wonder Woman. Travel Vibes. What's good, family? Hope you're doing well. He said, hope all is well. The next 5 games are crucial. Must win. It's tough. It's tough. You may be right. I didn't even get a chance to clean up over here, man. Looking like no shave November over here. I'm disgusted. It's all right. It's okay. We okay. Will Salkin is in the building. Happy Saturday to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. My guy JJ is in the building. Salute JJ. JJ is another Knicks fan who is quite worried. I hear you, brother. I know. I understand. Jay from PR is in the building. He says Woj is talking too much. Agreed. Agreed. He's not on the public enemy list right now because I just didn't feel like going in on him. But and plus, he's kind of a universal offender. He don't just say stuff about the Knicks. He says stuff about everybody. Not yet. I got to listen to hear more from Woj before he becomes, on the list of these BSPN people that I can't stand. Plus, he still gives us the scoops. We need the scoops from Woj. Who else we gonna get them from? Nick's Live is in the building. Salute. What's good? Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. He said, hold on. Isn't Randall all NBA All Star? What the F is he talking about? And who in the organization told that to They agree. Yeah, man. Listen. That's what I'm saying. Like, he got a strike. He got a strike. So I'm definitely watching him. I don't know what to say. Yeah, he was out of line though. I don't think that was the case. But I'm not saying that he's totally wrong that the organization knows that they need to get somebody else. But what he did was he said the organization knows Jalen Brunson is not the guy and they need somebody better than him. Pump your brakes, bro. That's not what the Knicks said. I know the Knicks didn't say that. The Knicks might say that we need another star here. Because let me tell you something. My brother Brunson is a star. Superstar, I don't know. Star, yes he is. All star, yes he is. So relax, Woj. um, yeah, right, right. Whoa, what happened, Puds? Don't fall off now. Yeah, I mean, I know the Knicks struggle with Orlando, but also don't forget the two times the Knicks played Orlando. One, we had the game and we blew it. Okay, we were winning in that game and we blew it, and we didn't take it seriously down the stretch. And Orlando outscored us by like 15 points in the fourth quarter. I mean, what the hell are we doing? All right, that's the Knicks not playing up to their potential. We was controlling, not controlling, but we were winning in that game for three quarters, get into the fourth, and get outscored by 15 points in the fourth. Not necessary. And then the last time we played Orlando, we had nobody out there, and they were feeling really good about themselves because of the fact that they were beating us and we had nobody out there. So I'm not. A lot of people are scared of Orlando. Orlando is a really tough matchup for the Knicks, but I'm not scared of Orlando because I know a healthy Knicks team that plays the way they need to play. See, it's not about anybody else we're playing. It's about the Knicks just playing the basketball that they go into practice, coming out with their plan. Because it's nothing Orlando did in that first Orlando game. Well, I think it was the first or the second. I don't know how many times we played Orlando. Maybe it's three times or two times. I don't know. I think it's two, but I could be wrong. Not the last game, but the second to last game when OG was there. Orlando didn't do anything to put the Knicks in that position to not come out with effort and not to hustle and not to do the things that they need to win a game and not to take the fourth quarter seriously by allowing the opposing team, no matter who they are, to outscore you by 15 points. Just that's the Knicks. So I'm Orlando is not Boston. Orlando's not Philadelphia. Orlando's not Milwaukee. Orlando's not any of these other teams that are perennially good. You know what I mean? They don't deserve that credit yet. Are they a better team? Are they trending upwards? Yes. Or do they always give us matchup issues? Do we struggle against them? We do. But now we're at the point where we should be able to beat them. So I'm not I'm not gonna keep stressing it, man. It is what it is. But I hear you though. Where are we? Brian Williford is in the building. Salute. I think I fixed that already, so that's an older message. Appreciate you. Uh, Shout out to Jits again. Um, Brian says, "How do you feel about Shake Milton?" I actually like Shake Milton. I mean, I think he's got a little something. I mean, he doesn't do a lot. So as a backup, perfect. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause there's sometimes where he has some talent, and you like, oh man, if he just got more minutes, he could. But he's shown Philadelphia gave him more minutes, and mm-mm, it wasn't all it was cracked up to be. So for the Knicks, coming off the bench as another backup, I like, I like. So, and he's younger, has a little bit more juice in the legs. So you know what I mean. Like we need somebody who can move up and down the court, not somebody who's just there in a half court type of setting. So yeah, if the Knicks can do it, I'd like. I mean, listen, if the Knicks can bring in Shake and Marcus Morris, I'm okay with that. But if and that's barring that we have the spots available because we may not have the spots. So if I had a choice between Marcus Morris and Shake Milton, who do I think is more important right now? That's a tough one, guys, because we do need someone who can help facilitate and he can get his own shot. But we also, I'm still concerned about that power forward slot and Julius. Julius should be coming back, but you never say, you never know what's going to happen. You never know how he's going to look out there and how long we can keep him out there. I don't know, man. It's just tough. You would rather have a backup plan C for that situation because he can be used in other spots. You can throw him in the small forward. You can obviously be the backup power forward. He can play a little backup center in a really small lineup if need be. Um, I think he just may be a little bit more versatile to what the Knicks need. So I don't know. Maybe Marcus Morris is more important. Obviously, if Mitch comes back and Hartenstein is somewhat okay, but even if he's not, but if Mitch is back and Julius is back and OG's back, Marcus Morris ain't going to see a lot of minutes on the floor, if any. But it's like, what happens if these guys go down again and there ain't no buyout market? There ain't nobody still available because people snatch them up. Like, then you can't go nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole thing. It's like a what if, because you don't want to be left holding the bag, and you got a bunch of injured players. Like, we got injured guys who are injury concern going forward. It's not like once they come back, they'll be healthy and we don't have to worry about them. No, these guys are still going to be kind of injured. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. But Shake Milton is somebody to consider. But I think I might favor Marcus Morris a little more, only because of what I just said. Shout out to Animal Lex. Appreciate you. I know. I hear you, brother. It's not easy. They you could tell there's something missing. They're trying, but there's something missing. Sherwin is in the building. Good morning. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Um, Shout out to NYC B-Ball in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Yeah, me too, actually. But whatever. That was a long time ago. David Smith is in the building. Appreciate you. He said thinks Knicks still won OG trade. Quickly balling in Toronto and Barrett playing well while OG Anunoby is injury prone and never plays. Listen, remember. See, this is the good thing about the OG trade. None of this matters if OG comes back and just does what he needs to do, gets us into the playoffs. If the Knicks go into the Eastern Conference Finals, make it farther than we did last year, you tell me who won the trade. Because the only reason why you're seeing RJ and Quickly doing good is because of the amount of minutes they're getting and the amount of usage they're getting. It's not like they weren't doing good here. They just weren't doing good enough, and they weren't getting enough usage because there's players on this team that are better than them. On Toronto, who is better than RJ Barrett or Emmanuel Quickly? Scotty Barnes? After that, that's it. You want to say Scotty's better than both of them? Maybe. I don't know. But that's it. Who else is over there that's better than them? So those guys are looked at as the focal points of that offense. That's the difference, bro. That's all it is, David. I mean, because if they were here on the Knicks, you say who's better than those two guys? Brunson's better. Julius is better. Like, and if you really want to look at it because of the inconsistency, maybe OG's better than them because he's that good on defense and he can still give some offense. You give OG the same amount of touches and put him in the offense the way Quickly and RJ is being used, he's going to give you 20 points. We've seen it when other guys were out and like Randall was out and we needed more points. OG dropped 20 plus, 27 one game. He dropped it's just that's just how it is. These NBA players, you give them, if they can score, they have some ability. You give them more time and usage, they do it. So I hear you. I know you're still upset. I know you don't like the fact that the Knicks are kind of the walking wounded right now, and we went after a guy that we already knew was injury prone. But this is what it is, bro. And if we get these guys back healthy, you already saw. That's the one blessing that I like in all of this. When all of these guys were healthy, January, we were the best team in the NBA. And that is the proof. You know what I mean? If we didn't play that well and we just like, we're going a 500 team, we're winning one game or two games over, and we just look the same way we've always looked, then you could say, like, what's the difference? What did we really do here? But we went 15-2 in January. That says it. That's the difference. So, but I hear you, David. I know. I get it, brother. All right. Gideon and Monquaz in the building. What up, G Money? Salute. What's good? Appreciate you, bro. Jarvis LaFleur is here. Salute. Appreciate you. Always good to see you, my brother. Cam from the Kickback is in the building. Salute, Cam. 713 Gamer. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. Ron Hunter for president 2024. Oh, man. What's good, Flame? Appreciate you, bro. Look at these. All right. Hey, thank you, Will. Will said something that I think this was something that I was noticing. He said a couple things before, but I've never seen him say what he said about the Knicks in this way. Since when did Woj become this guy? Like he's the guy who would report on different things around the NBA. He would obviously break the stories, break the scoops. Never saw him get into this type of critiquing about players. Now all of a sudden he's critiquing, which someone said last week or 2 weeks ago that Woj's footprint on ESPN, or sorry, BSPN, is growing. Like he's becoming a really big part of that network over there. So yeah, I mean that's what's happening. Um, did everybody wish Jigga Man a happy birthday? I hope you did. Um, let's see. I think I got all these. David Rios is in the building. Um, don't like Shake, man. Yeah, Morris for sure. Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, if you have an extra roster spot and Shake's available, then go get him. If not, don't leave the roster spot by blank, because at a certain point there's going to be nobody to get anyway, right? So, but if there's other players that you like better, that like Marcus Morris, then go get him. I'm just saying, don't waste more time and leave the guy out there. Like, but we might be jumping the gun because the buyout market is, somebody else could get released. So I don't know. Maybe the Knicks are just trying to see if something happens in the next few days. I don't know. I don't know if there's a deadline for the buyout market when people can release guys. I don't know that part. I haven't looked into that. But so maybe the Knicks are just trying to wait to see what's happening. The Woogieack is in the building. I can't call it. What's good, brother? Appreciate you as always. Woogie. Um, hey, man. Yeah, to do what David Rio said, bro. I appreciate you, my guy, and thank you for going on other shows and bigging up still Nick fans. I appreciate you. You don't have to do that, and I don't know. I don't want other shows to feel uncomfortable about. I mean, Morning Brew doesn't. They don't care. We're family, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know. That was like the unwritten rule when I first started still Nick fans. Like, you know, don't go on to somebody else's show and promote your show. I was like, whoa, all right. I didn't do it. So, but I was told, don't ever do it. I was like, okay, great. And then I met really good people in the Knicks community that were telling me, hey, well, whatever. When's the next time your show's coming on? When you gonna? And people like Uncle Freezy, he didn't care. Sim didn't care. Um, promote your show. Let them know when we're gonna see you next. So, and I'm not saying Morning Brew Sports would be like that too. I'm just saying, like, you just never know. People out there, these channels, they do things differently. I had an issue with another channel. Needless to say, that channel is not live right now. Not because of me, but karma. Could not have said it better myself. My guy Woogie. Paris Duggan is in the building. Salute. He said, we need to re-up now. Julius needs surgery. iHeart isn't risking his free agency, $60 million. I saw your conspiracy theory last night on Dope Soul. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know if he. I just think that he's just not 100%, bro. I just think iHeart is just not 100% because the guy usually goes all out, and I just don't think he's getting it. I don't think he gets that same that give that he's getting when he's moving up and down the floor. Um, Really, what I'm saying is I think he should be sitting. You know what I mean? But the Knicks are desperate right now. That's why he's out there. Any other team that wasn't in this situation would be resting iHeart, but the Knicks are desperate. Wow, really? I didn't hear about that. And if that's the case, then who's better than Quickly and RJ on the Toronto Raptors? They are the two best players on that team. If you ask me, who's better than them if Barnes is hurt? Oh, that's even more different. That and more different. Who talks like that? That's that makes the whole situation different than what I expected. Because that means that they're depending on RJ and Quickly now for scoring to add offense, and that allows them to get the green light. No wonder Quickly is out here shooting like the way last night he didn't shoot that well. But since the All-Star break, he's been scoring over 20 points and averaging around 6 or 7 assists per game. And RJ's been scoring over 20 points since the All-Star break as well. It's only like 5 games, but you get my point. So yeah, interesting. All right. Let me just get through these real quick, and let me get the panel up here. But I did want to say a couple things real quick before that. Mets, Knicks fans, let's go is in the building. Salute, appreciate you. Um, let me see. Let me see here. Travel vibes. I got you. I got you. I got you. Paris says RJ, Obi, quickly Grimes all won 9 in a row each of the last two years. January was BS because the players who did it also can't stay healthy ever. Come on, Paris. You can't say that. You can't say that because not only did we do it, we beat good teams while we were doing it. And the Knicks looked better than you've ever seen the Knicks. This is what I want you to tell me. Tell me that even when the Knicks had RJ, quickly, and Obi, right? When they went on those win streaks, tell me that their win streak looked better than what the Knicks looked like in January when they were also the number one team on in defense in the NBA. Tell me those teams, those streaks looked better than how they looked in January. And then I'll say, you know what, you're right, Parrish. The Knicks have never looked as good. But I can't say that. The best I've ever seen the Knicks, these Knicks, was in January. Even when I was gonna say, even when we won 9 in a row in the bubble year was a little funky. We were playing teams. Guys were always in and out due to health and safety protocols. We were playing teams without their best players here and there. So we were getting good. Um, this was different. And when we played, I think we played, if I'm not mistaken, I think we played Philadelphia during the streak too, or during January, and Embiid was there. So yeah, we got a we got a lot of the teams with their best guys, I believe. I think I'm right about that. If I'm wrong, I'm sure a guy like Sherwin will correct me. Hidalgo Soul is in the building. He says Tibbs having the usual trouble of using players and minute distribution. Hart is playing a bit too much, while Deuce and Bojan should be getting 25 plus minutes. Agreed. I'm not even gonna. There's nothing to argue about. You are 100% correct. That is very true. Tibbs is also pressing. He's desperate, and he's definitely going back to old Tibbs. This is the thing I said about Tibbs before. This is why playoff Tibbs is always scary, because when Tibbs regular stuff is not working, and regular stuff doesn't work in the postseason because teams are playing differently or trying to attack you differently. You have to either have a better plan B or can double down on your plan A and just continue with what's got you here. But he starts to deviate and go back to stuff that has worked all the way, at least he thinks has worked in the past, that technically doesn't work because there's other issues with it. Like his rotations get stagnant, and then he leans on guys too much. And then when the guys don't show up, he's not looking down his bench to get help from someone else because, oh well, I can't go down the bench now. We played 2 or 3 games in the playoffs with these guys. These guys aren't ready to be out there. They don't have the chemistry or the fluidity now because you made it that way. Because you locked in with these guys who weren't playing well. Now, if they're playing well, it doesn't matter. But if they're not playing well, you put yourself in a position where now you can't really, go back to another person on your bench and bring them in because it's the playoffs and you don't trust them. Tibbs, man. Tibbs. That's what he does. New Knicks City and Squad, you're in the building. What's good? Salute. Appreciate you. Wiz BK LA. He said, Ron, your dance moves need to be completed to get this party started to cheer up the up double A, man. Yeah, You might be right. Mets 21-28 in the building. I'm going to be blunt. With the way this team has been playing, they need to play like there is no tomorrow. There's some truth to that. Every game matters, but I just think Tibbs needs to calm down. I got you, bro. I got you. Link is going to be in the chat in a second. Let me see. Shout out to Kareem. What's good, twin? Hope you're doing well. I think I already said what's up to you, but I don't know if I did, Coach. Shout out to my guy, Coach. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing well. Dan Marrero's in the building. Salute, my brother. Pudge says, I don't want to hear nothing. This is Tibbs' team. That's the truth. There ain't no lie about that. And hold on, let me do this. I don't think I did it. I have it. Where is it? Mm-hmm. No, that's not it. 1 second, guys. Let me just add this. Yeah, here we go. I want to thank this gentleman for his generous super chat. Let's see. Thank you to the art man formerly known as Steve. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. He said, afternoon, Ron. We as fans can't have buyer's remorse. Gotta let everything play out. That cushion we built in January is literally saving us now 500 basketball till guys get back. That's 100% truth, and that stinks, but it's the truth. You are totally correct about that, sir. That is what's going on, and we just got to hope we can keep treading water until we can get healthy, or at least somewhat healthy. Like I said, if we can get one or two of these guys back, it'll make a total difference for this team. And honestly, when I'm talking about getting guys back, I'm only thinking about OG and Mitch. Now, I do think Randall will come back. I just don't know what Randall will be, and I don't know how long he'll be here. But I'm hoping that we can get OG back and eventually at the end of the month get Mitch back. And to me, that'll be enough. If we can just get Mitch, we know Mitch is injury prone, but if we can get Mitch to come back and get a good month and a half to 2 months out of him, which would be the end of the regular season and the playoffs, that's like replacing Hartenstein for whatever's going on with Hartenstein, and that's huge to me. And that would make a big difference. And also being able to see Mitch play out there with OG, I'm still looking forward to seeing how that works. Pudge says all y'all pods are Tibbs lawyers. I don't know why you're telling me that. I don't think I said anything positive about Tibbs right now. So I don't know, but all right, I hear you. But anyway, I also want to say shout out to the art man, formerly known as Steve, once again, because last week I wasn't able to see it, but he bought a bunch of coffees, man. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. The art man, formerly known as Steve, bought you 10 coffees. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so much for doing that last week. And I'm sorry I couldn't acknowledge it when it was happening. I was a little caught up, so I didn't get a chance to look at the site. And I saw it after, and I said that I would definitely acknowledge you this week. So thank you once again, brother. Appreciate you 100%. Thank you for your support. And guys, listen, like I said before, you don't have to donate, but if that's something you want to do, please feel free to buy us a coffee firsthand. Like, if you want to do a super chat, that's totally understandable. That's fine. Everybody has their own reasons why they choose to do super chats. That's okay. But I would prefer if someone's new or if you've never donated or would like to donate and don't have a choice, if you could, go to buymeacoffee.com/stillknickfans. Type that in, or as you can see right up here, you see the logo right there. You can just put your phone over that, go into picture mode. The thing will pop up. You get a link. You can click on that link, and then you can donate to Buy Me a Coffee by hitting that. So yeah, whichever you prefer, if you choose to do that. But I just want to keep reiterating that we would love, a lot of us content creators are just trying to get more out of Buy Me a Coffee because of our own personal reasons. So, because it is what it is. Now that being said, let me get this link out there. I would too, Will. I would too, because he's just a difference maker. I know he's tough. It's tough because uh, it, and it's not like people are saying this whole thing about he had this pre-existing injury, and it's like buyer's remorse. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's had a lot of different injuries on different parts of his body, bro. But I don't know if this wasn't really like a lingering thing, but it just happens. Stuff happens, man. And and the other thing about him is, guys who play really tough out there, play hard and give their all, they're gonna get hurt because they're moving at such a speed, and they're out there doing what we want them to do. We want guys to. Would you rather have a guy who was healthy but didn't play, great on defense, didn't give you the hustle you needed, didn't do enough of the little things that help teams win? Or would you rather take your chance with a guy who when he's out there, he's going to do everything he can to help you win? He may not be out there all the time, but when he's out there, he's a difference maker. You tell me, which one would you choose? That's the question. You know the answer. Okay. All right. I think that I got through most of everybody. I apologize if I didn't mention you. Shout out to my guy Boulevard. The other half of the 718 boys is in the building. Salute my brother once again tomorrow, 10 a.m. 718 boys on the Blorange Tears Network. Please show them some love. Um, uh, wow. I did not know. Shout out to look at Double A. Shout out to the art man formerly known as Steve. He's basically saying you have some serious artistic skills, my brother. I guess he saw your work on the MBC. That's dope. That's dope, man. Shout out to you, art man. Appreciate you, bro. That's dope. My guy, Lion of Judah, is in the building. Shalom, my brother. Appreciate you. Um, Paris. He says, "Show me an show me an under 500 month, under 500 month we had since Brunson got here, or any of our youth core we discarded to become the same old Knicks. Now we traded for Shannon Anderson and Kiki Vandeweghe." Come on, Parrish. Come on, man. Oh man, Parrish is funny. Um, Dan says, Ron, put the Buy Me a Coffee link in the chat for those watching on their phones. Okay, sure. Yeah, but like I said, if you have a phone, what you do is you put your phone up to the little what do you call those? Forgot the name of that icon that's there. The little Buy Me a Coffee symbol that's right up there. You put it up to the thing with your camera on, right? And then it'll search. Just like if you go to these restaurants these days, and they're the restaurants that don't have printed menus, and they want you to click on something, put your camera on it, the little link pops up, and you hit the link, and it takes you right to the site. But I hear you. I will do that. I will do that. Because if you're on your phone watching, it'll be kind of difficult to be watching, switch to your camera, and then do this. Even though I think YouTube nowadays, with the new updates, YouTube just drops the thing down so you can still watch the show while you're doing that. But I hear you. So I will do that, sir. I appreciate you for letting me know about that. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, and done. There you go. So, the link is out there. Hey, Dripmore is in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. The preferred barber of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community is in the building. Let's go. All right. Appreciate you. He says, all right. Hey, cutting it up at Baz Studios LLC as usual, my G. Ah, nice. Very nice. Good to hear. Okay. Yeah. I hear you, Dan. I figured that's what was going on. Thank you for, I didn't think about it at the time, but I appreciate you. Thank you. I figured that that's what was going on. Um, all right. So, okay. I think I said what's up to everybody. If there's anybody out there that I missed, I apologize, and I'm sorry. And I know that the show's been dragging because I just wanted to get off, some of the stuff that people are saying in the chat, as well as acknowledge everybody. Um, hey, so wait, hold on. I see you said something, Coach. Let me see. Let me try to see what the. I don't. Maybe I missed it. Hold on. Oh, is that the question? Is iHeart injury prone like Mitch, or are you saying why are they comparing iHeart's injuries to Mitch's injuries when Mitch is clearly injury prone? I don't know. What's the question, Coach? And let me see if this content creator can answer it. Let me put this link out here. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay, that is the question. Okay, I got you, Coach. Yeah, I mean, listen. First off, shout out to Anna Grill. Salute, appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you as always. Please smash that like button to everybody who's jumping in if you haven't already done so. It looks a little something like this. If I can find it. Where's my like button? There it is. There you go. Okay. So let's do this. Let me. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna talk a little bit about that, Coach. Let me bring these fine gentlemen in here. What up, Mets?
Salute, Ronnie.
Appreciate you, bro. Let me bring my other guy in here. Double A, what's good, bro? Hey, what up, Double A? Come on, let's go.
Is Wiz
All right.
happy?
I'm gonna be honest. We need to play tomorrow night like
I like
because
that.
the way the Tin Man has been coaching this team, it's like it's a bunch of chickens running around with their heads getting cut off.
I hear you.
I mean, last game we pulled within 4, and he decides in a panic to pull Deuce. It was the hot hand. Another bad habit of old Tin Man Tibby, getting the hot hand off the court to bring in the slop.
Well, he seen Burks and he had that DHT, whatever, and decided, oh, I got Burks. Hey, everybody, I see what we got now. We have a split between the fans, Big Ron, where half of them think we okay and the others are in panic mode. I'm like in between. Reason being, look, I'm with you and a great number of Knicks fans that I think when we're whole, it's proven we're one of the best teams in the NBA, right? There's no doubt about it. So if we get Randall back, we get OG back, Mitch back, even 2 out of 3, I'll take it. We're gonna be okay, but we got to get there, right? Let me finish, please, Matt. But here's my concern: the way Tibbs has been using these guys. Hartenstein wouldn't be where he is if you just sat his butt down until he's ready to play. Because look, Tibbs don't know. He don't have one of them easy does it buttons, bro. It's either full bore or nothing. And these players come back from injury and he puts them right back on the shelf because he plays them 40 minutes, games in a row. We need Hartenstein for the playoffs, just like we need OG, just like we have players. I don't care. If we're going to play like slop, might as well play everybody. Okay, don't give me that, you're not using the whole team as usual. We got Sims back. We got Precious back. Played him at center. Rest Hartenstein until he's ready to go. Wait, he's ready to go, right? Because an Achilles is stupid. Yeah, if you run on a hurt Achilles, you're going to re-injure it. That's just common sense. Anybody, you don't need to have a science degree, MD, to know if you run on a hurt Achilles, you're going to re-injure it. And we do have players, but everybody, Toppin can't do this. This guy can't do it. How the hell do we know? He's never got a chance. And that's the thing we got with this coach, where players have to be in this damn league 3, 4, 5, 6 years to get any light. There are ballers now. The difference in the age of now and yesterday is these kids are coming in ballers. They know how to ball. Toppin knows how to ball. He's shown he knows how to ball. So what? We're losing anyway. But at least we gain our players resting that need to rest. Brunson comes back with his stiff neck. Of course he's going to shoot lousy. He's hurt, but you still play him like, he never missed a game. I'm sorry, man, but it's just, that's my in-between, bro. Because if Randall comes back at less than 80%, he's no good to us. You know why? He's going to start three-point, and he's not a three-point shooter. I'd rather have OG and Mitch come back because it's not going to affect them. OG is a three-point shooter. He's going to be more likely to be more effective than Randall, because Randall, man, it's just chance he's going to go out there in the first play of the game, he's going to get hurt and he's going to be out. A shoulder injury, what he's got, I mean, they don't know, for real. But a less than 80% Julius Randle is going to hurt this team. And I'd rather go with Precious and Bogdanovich at power forward than a less than 80% Julius Randle.
Well, I hear you, Double A, and I agree with you 95%. There's only 5%. Yeah. You good. The only 5% that I'm a little up in the air about is I just don't know. I don't know what Julius' shot will look like, because granted, when Julius was hurt, still recovering from the ankle to start the season, his shot was not there. It looked bad, and he was forcing shots because he couldn't go inside. He didn't have any lift and all that. We saw it. And if that's going to be the case, I agree with you 100% with Julius. But it could be that he comes back and plays sparingly, like he doesn't give us the bruiser Julius. Excuse me. But somehow he comes in and he's somewhat hot. Not flaming hot, but like somewhat hot, where he's shooting at least over 32% from three, like kind of where he is for his career. So, and if that is the case, if he can come in and just allow another asset to be out there to spell when they try to double team Brunson, that can knock down a shot and keep them honest. Because the one thing about Julius Randle, he's kind of gotten away from it because this NBA has changed. He's got a pretty good mid-range shot. He doesn't take enough of them. Now it's like everything is, why don't I just step back behind the line? But if he's forced to shoot more, then I would say he needs to focus on not shooting a bunch of threes all the time, but come into the lane a little bit, 18-footers, something like that. He can knock those down with some regularity. He just doesn't do it as much. And when he does do it, he's bumping and trying to fall away. Put yourself in a position where you can just knock it down, like a guy like DeRozan or these other guys. If that's going to be your game, because you can't bang down low and you can't really, because here's the thing, I get it, but this is a Tom Thibodeau team. Julius Randle, if he can play, he's going to be out there at some point. and you know he's gonna want to be out there. The dude played in college on a bum ankle. No, it was a broken leg or whatever. He played through it. He didn't even know it was broken like that. So he just thought it was like sprained or fractured or whatever. That's crazy. So if he's that type of guy, eventually you know he's going to give it a go. I just hope that if he does give it a go, he's shooting well. Now, if he's not shooting well, then the Knicks are going to have to make a decision and just shut him down. Because if he ain't shooting well, he's not going to be banging down low. He's not going to be playing great defense. And you know he's not going to be rebounding well. What's the point? But I hear you. I'm just saying if he comes in and he can shoot a little bit, we could use it.
Because we can go with OG and Precious at the forward positions, and I think that would give us a more effective starting lineup than an injured Julius Randle. And plus the thing about him re-injuring, because if he really re-injures that thing, now we're talking probably out at the beginning of next season. So we lose him for the beginning of next season.
Right. I see what you're saying.
You know. So
I want to shout you guys out.
Hey Dan.
Hey, what's up, Dan? Appreciate you, brother. But you know what? I just thought about something. I don't know why it just dawned on me right now. I can't believe this. It's happening again. When Paris said, Ron, do you really believe Randall can risk looking terrible in the playoffs again, unhealthy and wrong? And I just thought about it. Randall is going to look terrible again in the playoffs because once again he got hurt. Oh my God, bro. What is this stop for this guy? See, and I know Knicks fans are going to go crazy. Like, look, once again, but look at what's happening to this dude. I don't know. Something's in the cards. Something's not there. Like, because first off, the injury was a freak injury. You guys remember what that injury looked like? That play shouldn't even happen.
Nah.
I don't know, man. Something's not right.
Well,
whatever. Something's not right.
He died for a ball that led to him taking a hit.
That's crazy.
And again, what are we dealing with? A coach who's stuck in the past. He doesn't want to use rookies unless they show legit potential to him. And he will not give these rookies a chance if they don't. And
you know what? Hold on, Matt. Let me do this because you know what? I'm realizing that I'll get caught too much in this, and then I'll deviate from the point of the show.
Okay. Yeah.
So give me a second. Let me do this real quick, and I'm gonna bring you guys back into the fold because this is gonna look crazy, and I might need to chop this up and put this somewhere so BSPN knows how upset I am about them. Don't mind me, guys. Don't go nowhere. I got you. I need to do this the right way. I was gonna do it earlier, but I realized I was taking too long shouting everybody out. So give me a second. So you guys know that I've been one of the first people to complain about our media coverage in and around the NBA. I do not like CBS for their marginalized coverage. You know, every chance they get, whenever there's estimates about what the Knicks are going to do, the Knicks are going to win 31 games. You know, we wound up winning 40 plus games. We wound up going to the second round of the playoffs. You know, whatever, right? Then there's these polls they put out. They have no Knicks players on the polls. R.J. Barrett in his rookie season had a really good rookie season, was on nobody's list. CBS continued to exclude him. Bleacher Report excluded him. ESPN excluded him. And now he doesn't deserve it, but then he did, right? Then you got BSPN that has been notorious for continuing to say, we respect the Knicks. The Knicks are a good team. But let me tell you what the Knicks are today compared to everybody else. Yeah, no. I'm a Knicks fan. Yeah. Stephen Hader-Smith, I'm a Knicks fan. I love the Knicks. That's my team. Whatever. You see Spike in the Garden, we doing this when the Knicks go. I don't want to hear all that crap. That's always the same stuff from this dude. Always like, yeah, I'm a diehard. I love my Knicks. Then he goes out there and every chance he gets, he bashes them. What is Tom Thibodeau doing? I mean, really? Steven ain't his dumb mannerisms. This dude, the actor, Mr. General Hospital, Mr. Brick. That's what I'm saying. I've noticed, man. ESPN is a soap opera. That's what it is. It's a soap opera. We just falling into it. Everything's becoming a soap opera. Shout out to Mets. No offense. Wrestling's a soap opera too. But people realize what wins. People realize what works. Just look at wrestling. Wrestling is a great example. When I was a young kid, I thought wrestling was real. And even when I was like, looking at the WWF, and I'm like, people saying that's fake. Okay, but whatever, man. Look at WWE. Look at was it ACW? I forgot the name of it. Whatever it was. But I'm like, yo, this dude's bleeding. He's cut open. Look at George the Animal Steel. Look what he's doing. I'm looking at all these different things, and I'm like, no, that can't be, fake. I'm a kid. This is real. And then obviously later in life, you realize that it is real, and guys do go through certain lengths. They will cut themselves and get real blood and really sell it. Okay, fine. I get it. But once you get over all that, you enjoy it. You enjoy it for what it is. It's the show. BSPN is a show. It's a soap opera. We are conditioned to watch this show because over the years, it's all we've ever known. But there's so many things that have happened since BSPN came out. And back in the heyday, BSPN was fantastic. It had great coverage. It had so much entertainment. They started making commercials. The commercials were funny as hell. It made you love the people on the network even more. Guys like Rich Eisen was hilarious. Like, they made really funny skits. And I've talked about it before. Cool as the other side of the pillow. My guy Stuart Scott. Like, they had personalities that you loved so much that you enjoyed whatever they were doing. Those days are over. Like, long gone are those personalities. The only true personality that's there now is Stephen A. Smith, and you know how I feel about him. So I just think that what Knicks fans really should do is stop watching BSPN. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Instead of getting yourself upset about it, right? Continuing to watch how they downplay our achievements, continuing to watch how they give us backhanded compliments, over and over and over. We're good, but we're not this good. Brunson's good, but you're not gonna win a championship with Brunson. The Knicks even know that Brunson's good, but he's not what they need. They need somebody better than Brunson. It's all this negative stuff. That's all they do. And then you got a guy, a fake Knicks fan, and Stephen Hader Smith, telling you my Knicks are this, my Knicks are that, my Knicks need Donovan Mitchell. We don't get Donovan Mitchell. What are we doing? Then Donovan Mitchell comes here, man. Donovan Mitchell don't show up when he need him. We need him in the playoffs. He's not doing what we need. Jalen Brunson is out here. Maybe we should have noticed that before we brought him in here. He was cooking him in the playoffs. Why do we bring? It's just dumb. It's a cycle. It's dumb. It's dumb. And then they all have this whole thing that they're just jumping on the bandwagon. Somebody over there has the script. Said, look, Knicks, they've won 9 in a row. They're 15-2. This is the time that we need to start showing them a little bit more coverage. But how good are they really? Let's throw this out there. Jalen Brunson's too short. He's too small. He's not. Yeah. This is good. Have Candice say it. Yeah. Candice will open up. It's a script. It's a script, guys. So if you don't like it, because I don't like it, I don't watch BSPN. Okay. The only reason I even know about any of this is because of y'all or because Twitter is constantly putting up clips. I don't follow them. I don't get nothing from BSPN anymore. I used to like watching them, but it's just those days are over. I can't even watch Baseball Tonight, which has nothing to do with any of this, just because I hate BSPN so much. So anyway, I don't want to continue to go on about it and make it seem like I'm ranting. I'm just telling you how I feel, and I'm telling you that if Knicks fans, if you don't care, because I know there's some Knicks fans that just know it's entertainment and they like it, so that's cool. But for the ones that are upset about it, just get it out your life, man. Don't continue to put negative stuff in your life, and you're trying to watch your team do good, and this is bringing you down. It would bring me down, so I don't watch. Do the same. That's all I'm saying. And then for the Becky Hammonds of the world, is everything she's saying incorrect? No. Some of the things she said is true. It's a little bit more difficult for a shorter player to lead his team to victory and to a championship, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. And so I don't need to hear more negative stuff from Becky Hammon. Now she doubled down on it, but now she has to acknowledge that Jalen Brunson is playing great basketball. Oh, I never said he wasn't playing good basketball. Don't get your panties in a bunch. Get out of here, Becky. So you got your Becky Hammond, you got your Candice Parker, who is sipping the Kool-Aid, and she's got the new script. She's the new evil villain. Stephen Hayter Smith is not going anywhere, and he's going to continue to perpetuate his narrative of being a real Knicks fan while still being a fake Knicks fan. Then you got Richard Jefferson, who's slowly starting to warm up to the Knicks and saying nice things, but then when Becky Hammond's in the controversial seat, he's laughing and going, "Oh, this is all clownish." It's a bunch of clowns out there. So, like I said, if you want to continue to watch them, that's on you. Even I can't even. I'd be surprised. You know, it's a sad day when I can't even get on Malika Andrews because she didn't say anything really bad. And the clip that I put up earlier, I couldn't even get on her. And you know, I do not like Malika Andrews. So, I was upset with myself. I'm like, come on, Malika, do something that makes me, feel the same way I normally feel about you. So, all right. And last but not least, Doris Burke, who is I love the Knicks. The Knicks are a good team, blah, blah, blah. While every chance she gets, she says something negative about the Knicks while she's announcing and covering these Knicks games. I don't know. It's like that fits into the narrative of BSPN. Yes, let's cover them and let's have Doris cover them because she's the Knicks fan. You know what I mean? Whatever, man. I'm done. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. That's just a little rant. I wanted to get that out there, and I want to get you guys' takes in the background about what's going on. Here we go. Matt, Dan, Double A, appreciate you guys.
Strength and honor. Hey, I'm with you, bro. And I said it on a Brew Crew, and I know you guys are family, so I don't mind mentioning them on here, Ron. But I said it before. When it comes to talent and reporting and coverage and Nick information, dude, I enjoy more your show, the Morning Brew Crew, and I'm with you, bro. If you want some positive Nick vibes, and we're gonna critique ourselves and we're gonna criticize when it's necessary and we feel like it, and we'll argue amongst ourselves. But man, just the things that they say is just out of right field, and it makes no sense, dude. How can you say Jalen Brunson ain't a bad man? He's a bad man, and he's ours, okay? Randall is an all-star. We got players that are playing. We got OG. OG is a star. But you know what? Let them chill, bro. They're going to be jocking us. When we get our team back, even if it's not this year, bro, we're going to crush them.
Yeah.
Because the pieces are there.
I agree. What's up, Dan? How you feeling, brother?
And see, I agree. The only thing is, Ron, you got to remember that show is like everyday society. It's all politics. They're just trying to feed the negative people that are already negative. They want to feed them because that's what's getting them their ratings. They know that there's more Nick haters than there are Nick fans. So that's what they're doing. They're being politicians instead of being reporters.
Yeah,
so
activists posing as journalists. But then again, that's what the mainstream news media has been for the better part of the last decade.
At the end of the day, it's you look at it, and Stephen A. Smith, as much as he says, oh, he knows, I stopped even listening to any of his comments when I think it was back when Shumpert was drafted. He said, oh, the Knicks deserved boos because they didn't draft Chris Singleton out of Florida State and they drafted Shumpert. Chris Singleton didn't even finish that first year. He hasn't played in the NBA.
I know. I'm glad that you remember that, Dan. I remember that. Yep.
And I was like, you're bugging because Shumpert was solid for us.
Shumpert was really good for the Knicks until he got hurt. When he got hurt, it took a little from him, but that's I'll get back to your point. That's the danger with the guy, those high motor guys like that are very athletic. It's the same issue that happened with Derrick Rose. It's happened to other players, and it was a cautionary thing with Shumpert. I said it with my friends. I wasn't, obviously this was a long time ago. I didn't have no podcast. I was younger. I was like, you know what, man, Shumpert is going a mile a minute, man. This dude needs to slow down. Like he's jumping out the gym. He's like full throttle. He don't calm down. He gonna wind up like Derrick Rose.
Oh, yeah.
And oddly enough, he did. Because that's the thing. Those type of players that are super athletic and they're going crazy. Like you're gonna be able to catch the NBA speed because it's faster than college, but you want to slow down once you get there. You can't be going a mile a minute. You know who's a good example of that right now? Not on the athleticism, but that he's too fast. Quentin Grimes. Guy needs to slow down. He's too fast with a shot. Too fast. He's just
Oh,
too
yeah.
fast.
You
Gotta
look at
calm
Westbrook.
down.
It's like
Gotta
he
calm down.
panicking. It's like he's panicking.
Well,
Yeah.
he got something to prove.
Get away with
Yeah,
that.
and you know what? We'll get into it later. But I want to stay on this for a little bit more to get all your takes on it. But I think Alec Burks is sipping a little of that too fast thing too. He is pulling too quick. His shots, like we'll get into it. But go ahead, Dan. I'm sorry.
You know, and again, you know, like I said, when Stephen A. said that they deserved boos because they didn't draft Singleton, I just laughed. And, you know, that showed his NBA acumen because he's a politician out there trying to sell ratings. So, you know, they do all the, you know, him getting all upset and, you know, that's just all for the antics, you know, for the people out there that are not legit Knicks fans or they're Knicks haters. So it's all politics. So, like I said, with that, and then like what Double A was saying about, you know, fans, you know, either thinking we're okay or being concerned. Like he said, we have to be in the middle because if you're panicking, you're going to do something stupid, which I'm glad Leon Rose hasn't done. Right. And if you get complacent, then you're not going to go nowhere. So you can't get complacent saying we're okay, but you can't start panicking. You just got to work at it and realize, you know, listen, the injuries is not something that we could have, prevented really, or, you know, worked around. It would be different if the team was healthy and we were playing like this. You know, that's the difference for me. And like when you were saying with Becky Hammond, you know, I don't even listen to her either. She's 46 years old, look like she's about to be 60. So, you know, life has been hard for her. So she I don't know.
And she don't know the game, man.
No.
She coaches the NBA, but it's different playing, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Brunson, come on, man. Brunson forgot basketball that she knows.
I mean, and let's not forget about Max. I mean, what was he before he joined ESPN? An HBO fight commentator?
Yeah, well, I mean, but Max doesn't even matter anymore because he's not even on ESPN. He was one of the first people to get the boot. But even with Max, I'm not gonna at one point Max had me just as upset as Stephen Hader Smith.
Oh yeah.
But thankfully, you know, like I said, I give credit where credit is due. I have no animosity towards anybody. You do good. I applaud you, and I wish you the best. And hopefully, as you continue to grow, we all grow. And I hope that you would feel the same way. I don't know how he feels, but shout out to CP from KnicksFanTv because he did. And I said it before. I'm gonna say it again. I think what he did was great for the Knicks community. He gave us a voice. He went toe to toe with Max, and he let Max know about himself. And I appreciate that. That was the two people that came out and really let Max know about himself for whatever he was going through, trying to be a real Knicks fan, but hating on the Knicks every chance. He was worse than Stephen A. Smith at some point because Stephen A. was still faking like, oh, I love the Knicks. Max was like, oh, no, until they do this, I'm not really a Knicks fan. I'm rocking with – he was the super hater. And CP went on the show and battled him, I think, twice and really let him know about himself. So shout out to CP from KnicksFanTv for doing that. And also – Alan Hahn let him know about it. And he talked about it on our show.
Stephen A. Smith, he just attached himself to the Knicks. He might have been a Knicks fan growing up, but he uses that as his identity.
Yeah, he's a WWF character. Like Ron says, he's a WWE character.
It's the same thing when he rips on on the Cowboys. He claims he's a Giant fan, but we all know he's actually a Steelers fan in real life. He's openly stated
Right.
Like he's
That's
a
true.
Miami Heat and LeBron James fan. Because what
Right,
Knicks
well,
fan in the world would root for Damian Lillard to go to the Heat? What Knicks fan in the world would root for anything good to happen to the Heat?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And this man is
yeah.
making a good point right here. Mets fan, let's go. TNT is just as bad. Mr. Kenny Smith, I can't even watch that show, Ron, because the hate is so deep, and you know where it's coming from.
Right.
You applied for the
It's
Knicks
very
GM
true.
job, you didn't get it, so now you're going to criticize everything we do. Obviously.
Next thing you know, someone's going to come on that studio down in Atlanta and force the one chip down his throat the way Shaq forced himself to do it. And then be rushing to the can.
Here's the thing. You know, the one thing I will say, TNT is just, but, okay, hold on. Let me say this so you understand it. I don't want to, TNT is bad, but not, I don't want to say just as bad. This is why. Because Shaq will say what Shaq feels, right?
Yeah,
no matter what, if you like it or not, that's who Shaq is. Same thing with CB. Charles Barkley says what he feels. He has always talked bad about the Knicks. People have called him a Knick hater. I've been like, yo, damn.
But they deserved it. They deserved what he was saying.
But now, if you listen to Charles Barkley, he's actually talking positive about the Knicks because he sees the Knicks are doing something.
I was
Kenny
surprised.
Smith, he is definitely a negative Nancy right now. Yeah,
I hate him as much as you hate Stephen A. Smith. I hate him as much as you hate
Ron, I was surprised that Barkley chose the Knicks over the Warriors the last game.
Right.
You know, he bet with Shaq, you know, and he stuck to his guns. But, you know, they're to me, they're not as bad either. But I can't, with Stephen A. and all them, the only one from ESPN that I really like listening to right now, honestly, is JJ Redick.
What about Kenny Perkins?
And Perkins. Perkins, yeah. I like Perkins. Perk and Redick. Because both of them, they say what they have to say, and that's it.
Yeah.
Personally, I would rather like it if the NBA lost the ownership to ABC and it went back to NBC. I mean, sure, there's a lot of controversy with the likes of Marv Albert, Bob Costas, and Ahmad Rashad, but when you had right-hand men like Bill Walton and whoever else was on that NBC team back when we were growing up in the 90s, those were men who knew the game of basketball.
Well, you know, Mets, I will tell you, I mean, I don't know if you remember this, but Knicks fans hated Bill Walton, too. He talked a lot of negative stuff about – now, he knew basketball, and he was on our championship team, but he talks a lot – he used to talk a lot of negative stuff about the Knicks. And Knicks fans was like, yo, wasn't you one of us? Like,
especially and especially in the 90s, we were doing good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Group. Rashad, Albert, Costas, Walton.
It just, Rashad, Ahmad Rashad, man, that was my guy. Things are just different now, man. It's become a circus, and you just have to understand. Like that's all I'm gonna say. Once again, last thing about that. Once again, if you like the circus and you don't mind, and you got thick skin, and it doesn't bother you, then fine. You know, watch it. It's enjoyable. It's entertaining, and some people just like it. And there's a reason why shock jocks make so much money. You know, the most controversial people out there, the Rome is Burning, and the Howard Sterns, and all these, the Imus in the Mornings, all these people that you know, there's a reason why they're successful. People like that. People like the controversy. People like the flippant stuff that gets said. They like it. Some people like it.
Not only that, people they feed off of all the negativity that everybody else is already feeding. They just keep feeding it. You know, they feed it because that's what brings them up. They're feeding people's already negative thoughts, and it's crazy. You could have 10% negative thoughts, and they keep feeding that 10%, and then it just negates the other 90% positive that you have.
See, they're interested. Their fan base is the ones that like for us, man. The game is enough for us. We don't need all this extra ad lib, all this crap, the hating and all that other stuff. We just want to see about our team. We just want to know about our team. But that's their audience. The controversial type, the people that need all kind of stuff worked out to be entertained. We don't need to be entertained. We entertain ourselves. We just want to know about basketball. We want to hear about basketball. That's why I like tuning into programs like this, these podcasts, because we're about basketball. We're not talking trash and all that. We're about basketball. But they're not, obviously. That's who their fan base is. The ones that need all that extra crap to enjoy it.
Here, it's a non-biased conversation that we have. On ESPN, it's biased conversations. And again, it's all politics. It's just like I agree with you, Ron. That's why I don't like Malika Andrews either, because she wants to bring politics and make a name for herself off of other people, and I don't agree with that either. So stop being a politician, report the news. If the Knicks deserve the criticism, listen, I'll agree with it, but don't just bash them just because you're trying to get ratings, from all the Knicks haters.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that. And listen, but once again, I feel the way I feel about people and how they do it, because it's your own integrity. And look, I mean, if this is a job, this is your opportunity, you're going to do what you got to do. That's what your boss is telling you to do. But the Malika Andrews thing, I may not like her for some of the stuff she brings up or how she does things, but she's being told to do it and she's getting green lit. Like, yeah, okay, talk about that. Go ahead, bring it up. Or she's being told to bring it up if it's not her agenda. And they're letting it go. So that's why I can't be mad at the person as much. I got to be mad at the establishment. So that's why I don't watch. See, that's how you do it, people. When you don't like something and then somebody else is pulling the strings, you just don't watch the whole thing.
Exactly.
There you go.
It's just like
you can't change it, right?
You ever see Jeff Dunham?
That name sounds familiar. I don't think I've.
He's the one with the puppets, the different puppets.
Yeah.
Hey, why would you yell at the puppet when he's the one with the hand up the butt, really controlling it?
Right. Good point.
You don't yell at the puppet. You yell at the one speaking.
You yell at the ventriloquist, not the dummy.
Yeah, and you know what? That's why I get even more mad at Stephen A. Smith, because you do know that stuff is scripted. You do know that ESPN is calling a lot of the shots as to what they want to. I'm sorry, BSPN. They don't deserve to be called their real name. BSPN is calling a lot of shots when it comes to that stuff. But you also know that Stephen A. Smith has been there long enough that he's got cachet. If he doesn't like something, he's not going to do it. He So if and I've told you guys this numerous times. It's been a couple years now, and people forget. My issue is not that they have a protocol of how they do their show, that they're entertaining, that they know they want to be controversial, that this draws people in, but it's all whatever. It's the fact that if I'm a fan of a team, I'm going to talk negative about them and criticize certain things that I don't like. But in the end, I want my team to do good. I want my team to win. I want to see them get better. If I'm a real fan of the team, a real fan is not going to talk about them in such a negative light that, like, even if there's certain things they're doing good, I'm not going to acknowledge that, because this is what I want to point at. I want to point to this, and I want to let everybody else around the country know that we're clowns and we don't have a good organization. We don't know how to evaluate talent. We don't know how to develop. We are bad with money. Nobody wants to come. Who does that? I'm a Knicks fan. Why would I want the rest of the country to think about my team that way? I'm trying to make us look better in the light. I want my team on the map. That's why I don't like Stephen Hader Smith, because he's that guy. So that's why he's not a real Knicks fan to me.
Ron, what was that other reporter's name? I can't remember her name right now. But she stood up for what she believed in. She's not on the show no more. Steele, I think Steele was her last name.
Oh, Danielle. I think it was Danielle Steele.
No, Danielle Steele is the author, the books, the women's novels.
you know who I'm talking about.
Don't ask me why I know that. Calm down, B. I'm eclectic.
But it's they told her
Stage Steele.
And they told her not to to quiet. She said, "No, I'm not going to stop This is what I believe in. Now, and that's the problem. Nobody's willing to stand up anymore and do what's right, because the only time they're willing to do what's right is if it's what's right for them. They don't care if it's really what's right.
And okay, and shout out to Parrish. He says Steven is different on his podcast, though. I think I saw something about his podcast. He gets into other issues. Hey, listen, I'm okay. I'm all right with that. Look.
Once an ass, always an ass. He's always.
But sometimes he does say stuff about certain issues that other people are afraid to talk about. I give him credit for that. What I won't give him credit for is being a fan of my team, because to me he's not a real fan. So I'm not. I can listen to him if he wants to talk about something. This is the thing, Double A. If he wants to talk about some inner city stuff that's going on, and black and brown people are going against each other, or we're being treated unfairly, and no one's looking at it for whatever it is, and he wants to put that as part of his platform, fine. I could applaud him for doing stuff like that. But when he wants to talk about the Knicks, mute, or I just change the channel. I'll just turn it. That's all. I don't hate the man.
But see,
I'm not a fan of his talks.
I'm the type of person, if me and you are in front of a crowd and somebody's saying something in front of the crowd, and then when we go in closed doors, they're saying something totally different, that's a red flag to me. I'm not dealing with it, because that just proves to me that it'll be the same thing with me or you. And that's the thing. If you show me that you could be who you are in front of everybody, it's the same thing. That's what integrity is: doing the right thing when nobody's watching,
right?
And doing it when everybody's watching.
100%. Stand on something. The kids like to say standing on business. They don't be standing on business these days.
In my opinion, the reward comes better at the end of the day if you do it with nobody noticing you. You do it in front of everyone out in the open, it's just for clout chasing.
Exactly. Grandstanding. Yes.
The rewards afterwards are greater than they are when you do it out in the open.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. Otherwise, you're grandstanding. Which, look, to even go on your point there, bro. Remember when Shannon Sharp, all of a sudden at the last minute, it was reported where he was not going to be on that show anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did Stephen A. do? He jumped at it, bro. All of a sudden I had to look out for Shannon. I didn't want you to, because Shannon Sharp asked him on his show, why did you hire him? He says, well, I had to help the brother out. You know what I'm saying? I had to look out for a brother. I'm the type of brother like to get brothers paid. Yeah, but you're saying the Knicks are suck. They're going to get rid of their players, right? So how you looking out for the brother? You're costing the man his job, right? But you're looking out for the brother. You're doing it for grandstanding, man. You hired Shannon Sharp because you know that was going to get clicks. Automatically, that was going to bring his fans over to you. You didn't do anything for Shannon. You did it for Stephen A. Smith.
Sherwin, you know what? Sherwin says, Steven is just honest. Knicks fans want just peaches and cream. Please learn how to keep it real. Once again, Sherwin, I think you're missing the point. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion and keeping it real, but you have to be consistent. The biggest problem with the NBA is the referees, right? And the problem that most teams are complaining about is the refs are inconsistent. You call them one thing one way, then you call them one thing another way, then you're doing this. If I go into a game and the refs are calling everything a foul, then I know in this game everything we do is a foul. So we gotta back off, guys. Don't be as handsy. Don't do this. But if you're not calling a foul, and then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, when the game's on the line, now you want to call fouls for everything, when really a game, at the end of a game, should never be decided by a foul unless it's blatant. Right? But we're seeing all types of, hold on one second there. We're seeing all types of stuff like that happening with the refs. Now, with Stephen A. Smith, I'm going to say this again, because I think people are missing it, because people like Stephen A. Smith. I get it. He has some, he's charismatic. He's got a personality, and you're used to him. It's like you've grown up watching Stephen A. Smith. I get it. You can't diss my team and say certain things about my team, right? Negatively, right? And then it's not about saying something bad. If you want to criticize, we talked about this again. I'm gonna say it the last time because I think people are still missing out on it. You can criticize something if it's not good or if you want it to be better. But what you do is while you're criticizing, I would hope you're also coming up with a plan of action. Like, how can this be better? What can they do? Or what should they be, focusing on to make it better? Don't just criticize something. Don't have any solutions. Try to have a solution if you can, right? But don't criticize just for the sake of criticizing and then not have a plausible reason for what's going wrong. Don't just say, yeah, the Knicks are more clown basketball. That's it's, you talk about what's negative and what they need to fix. You don't just call them. It's like name calling. Like, when you're in school and kids used to call you names for no reason just because they thought it was funny and they wanted to make other people laugh. That's Stephen A to me, right? So you do that in December. Then in January, the Knicks go 15-2.
3.
My Knicks.
See,
you guys see
that.
Stephen A's Knicks lately?
I hate
what?
that.
What are we talking about here?
I hate that. I wish Ellen Hahn or one of these, even my girl, what's her name? Monica. She seems like a real person.
Oh yeah,
man.
Monica.
She was on, but I would wish that one of them would just get so upset and so worked up one day and just say, you know what, you ain't no Knicks fan. How can you be a Knicks fan? You are not, and that's what hurts, okay? Because if it was Kenny Smith saying it, Shaquille O'Neal saying it, Charles Barkley saying it, anybody, because they're not saying they Knicks fans. They're not saying it. He's saying it. He's representing us, and that's what I'm saying. It's false, and these people that are not Knicks fans think that he actually represents us. He represents the heartbeat of the Knicks fan. Big old Stephen A. Smith is #1 Knicks fan in America. That's what America thinks, which is BS.
But see, again, it comes to two things. But before I start that I'm going to touch base on what you were saying about the refs. I agree with what you were saying about the refs, how bad they're doing. But one thing that's bothering me too is just as much as how the players are crying about every call, even when it's a blatant foul. So that goes both ways. You're going to have, the back and forth with that. But with Stephen A, he reminds me of most Knicks fans in the city because think about this, and this is something I was thinking about that bothers me. How do we have the largest city population-wise in the U.S., yet Brunson and Randall couldn't be voted in by the fans? Think about it. People.
How do we know they wasn't? How did we know the NBA put in who they wanted to put in? We don't know that. We can't count the ballots.
Oh no.
So they blaming the Knicks fans, but we don't know what's real. We know, the fix is on all the time. So how do we know Jalen Brunson wasn't actually voted and they decided they wanted Dame in there because Dame is Dame? And they figured Brunson would play anyway because he'd be picked as a sub. So it's all good. But it hurts us because they blame us for not, everybody I know I voted 3, 4, 5 times for the Knicks, and I'm sure most of the fans did. So we don't know that, D. We don't know who really won. We don't really know because it's not like a real thing. To me, the All-Star, hey, let's let a panel of former players or coaches or even the coaches, anybody, then you're going to get some real play and real games. Make it worth something. As far as the referees, all we got to do to prove your point, Ronnie, is go back to that one game. I don't know if it was Houston against who. They had 33 free throw attempts. We had 12.
Yeah, true.
And you're right, bro.
Listen,
they are
I
crying.
I hear you.
They are crying. They are crying. But you know
you.
whose fault that is? The referees can control the game if they control it from the gate. If people start crying and all that, they can stop it. They say, look, technical foul. Next one, you out of here. Cut it out. It's how it's just consistency. And like Tibbs was saying, sometimes they're letting you bang and getting away with stuff, and then a couple of minutes later, it's a foul. Consistency. Or mostly what's happening is the Knicks are getting called and the other team is getting away, as the stats are showing. Come on, 33-12.
Yeah, that was crazy, and definitely that. But this is a like I said. Well, I don't want to get into that because that's a bigger thing, and I think so that makes enough people mad around the NBA that they're trying to make that a big topic, and
Yep.
more and more shows are trying to focus on talking about how bad the refereeing is, and hopefully they deal with that and get that cleaned up because this is the worst I've ever seen refereeing in the NBA since I've been watching. Since I think I started watching when I was 11 years old because I was doing other things. I didn't care about basketball, baseball, nothing. But when I started watching, I have never, and I didn't really understand the game that well, so I don't want to say I know everything about it. But once I started to understand in my teens, I've never seen refereeing like this bad for this many, like consistently all year, all across every
Well,
team. Like it's crazy. The
and
refereeing,
look,
it's almost like like the refs were on strike and we hired a bunch of scabs out there. Rick Reed is out there reffing, folks. If y'all
yeah.
know Mets fans, Rick Reed was yeah. Okay, anyway,
Uh,
whatever.
But if you think about it, look what happened in the Detroit game. Even though it went our way, that was still a bad call.
It's another bad call,
Or
100%.
no
And then
call,
the
should I
other
say?
thing is, here's the thing: what's with this system? The NBA is a multi-billion-dollar operation with tons and tons of money, tons and tons of equipment, cameras, all. I mean, yeah, it's tough to follow all this stuff, but when you're telling me that when something gets reviewed, that we have to wait the stoppage of play, they take their time with these stoppages of play as well. You telling me that you can't have something for review and instead of just allowing these referees on the court to make a decision, you telling me that you can't have somebody overseeing in a head office where you're paying refs to look at the play and see if that's a right call. And if the refs make a call on the court that is not correct because they obviously are missing something, you got the access to it. You got the money to have these cameras and facilities set up to watch all of this stuff. You telling me some head person can't overrule this stuff so that we can avoid the after the game, well, the call was wrong. It doesn't change anything. You lost the game because of it, but sorry. Like,
Hey,
what are we doing?
let me get your opinion on something. This is what I was thinking, that like with the challenges that they have, they should give you the one challenge per half. If you win it, you get it back. If you lose it, the same way that it is now. But if you lose it, you still get another one in the second half.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
that
I
that'll
mean, yeah.
that
It
that'll
should be
kind of
one
keep them
challenge
honest.
per half. It should be
Yeah,
one challenge per half. That makes sense
yeah,
to me.
but then
yeah.
I
And
think,
shout out.
the referee should have the option that if it's a play that's going to decide the outcome of the game, that they have it reviewed. I like what they do in the NFL. They send it over and they have
Yeah.
like a whole center where,
That
guys, that's their job. They make the decision and they call back to the refs and say, this is what's what, you
No,
know?
you know what it is that everything is about money. There's a reason why sports gets black eyes. There's a reason why sports betting is so popular, and refs and other entities have been accused and charged of betting and fixing games and all this stuff. Now, I'm bringing this up because of the fact that refs are real people and they need money. You know what I mean? They don't make what NBA players make. They don't make what coaches make. You know what I mean? How about this? How about you make it so? I don't know if they already have this. They very well could, but if they don't have it, they should have it. How about at the end of the year? You know what I mean? All the referees' calls get reviewed, right? And if you were after review, like in these close calls, at the end of the game, if the calls were proven by with their extra review that they do that you made the correct call, how about at the end of the year they look at all these refs calls and say, listen, out of 100% of calls, you know what, your percentage was 75% or 80% or better. Get a little bonus in your stocking here,
yeah.
extra, so that keeps refs honest. Like, okay,
Exactly.
yeah, we got to get this right. You know what I
And
mean?
Exactly.
two,
That's what I'm saying.
on that same
Exactly.
note, if they make a really bad call that cost the game, it should be just like a technical for the players.
Yeah.
You know?
Here's the question, because this is what I want to ask you guys. Um, well, hold on. Let me just say this. Juan B, yeah, I know they do it after the game, but that's the problem. After the game, it doesn't matter. After the game is just here, fans. We got it wrong, but it doesn't change the outcome. Like, it's something that should be done during the game that can actually affect. But speaking of that, I wanted to ask you before we do. Yeah, I don't know, Coach. I honestly I don't want to get into it, but I'm with you.
I know
Something ain't right.
exactly what you're gonna say, Ron.
Something
I
ain't
know
right.
exactly what you're gonna say, Ron.
Ron, when I was in the streets many moons ago, I had an old man came up to me and said, "Listen, kid, don't be stupid. All sports are fixed. How you think we make our money?"
Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, hey, Tim Donaghy, remember him? Oh yeah, oh yeah. But
All
I know.
sports are fixed.
what I was gonna say is,
I
oh,
know
I'm
what
sorry,
you're
Matt.
gonna
What were you saying?
say.
I don't know if you know this, Double A, because I don't. This is the first time I've even thought of it.
Nah.
What if we just eliminate the review system and just go back to the way things were? Because what I need to see,
It's not working.
that's what I want to know is, can the NBA show me calls percentages of getting the right call with the review system as opposed to not using the review system and the way things were? I would much rather just say, forget the review system. If you call it right, you call it right. Because my whole thing is, I think they're making worse calls now that they're. So it's not about, okay, they make a bad call, and if you don't have the review system, they can't fix it. How about, since they got this review system, they're calling things worse and worse on the fly. In the past, I don't even think they called things this badly before on the fly. When it happens, I think they were doing a better job at calling things the right way. Now, because they know they got this review system, just call it whatever. Oh yeah, well we'll review it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Oh no, well you have to have what's that thing like with the football with the review system? It has to be irrefutable evidence to overturn the call. It's like, what's the point?
But they were also held, at a higher standard. People were, period, held at a higher standard back then too. You wanted to do the best you could, be the best you could. Now it's just like, it is what it is. I don't care. You don't bother me.
Right.
I'm sorry, Ronnie.
No, I was going to say, Met said, I think they get rated for the job they do. Of course they get rated. I ain't talking about getting rated. I'm talking about the dinero. Give them a little ching-ching. Know that there's some extra stuff that could be coming in their stocking because of how their percentage of calls were, and if they stood up. That will allow people to say, okay, well, you know what? I want to do my best to get this call right. At the end of the year, it could benefit me and my family. I look at it that way because a lot of things is about the dollar bill. You were already talking about how sports can be fixed, and gambling is so, important these days. Listen, I'm just telling you, man, people are smart. Tim Donaghy got caught, but he didn't get caught right away. You know what I mean? So don't be surprised. Go ahead.
I got one for you. I wanted to ask you guys, why, I know you guys seen the replay over and over and over and over and over game about that Rockets game. Can you tell me why that wasn't overturned? That loss wasn't overturned, or at least say, you know what, we're going to play in overtime to decide the winner of that game, or something. But why wasn't it overturned?
I think what they're basically saying is because of the fact that both players made contact with each other. So not only did Brunson make contact with him with his lower half of his body, if you look at it, what's his face? I forgot who took the shot. But he with
Rozier,
his left arm,
wasn't it Rozier? No, it wasn't Rozier.
No, it was for Houston. So it was the guard, the small guard. Oh, it was the other.
What's his name, brother?
Grant.
What's his name?
It was Grant. It was the Grant brother, the other Grant.
Okay.
Right.
Jaron Grant.
No, Holiday.
No.
It was the Holiday.
Holiday. Aaron Holiday.
Aaron. Yeah. Sorry, I knew it was a brother. And I don't mean a brother. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, so it was contact from both parties, right? And the call wasn't blatant enough to allow for them to say, we have to overturn this and we have to bring both your organizations out to play 5 minutes of basketball at a disclosed, you know what I mean? It's tough to do that. It messes up the schedule. You basically, what they have done in the past is usually, what I've seen is, two teams will come back out and play a game on the court for another team. Like, maybe it's on Houston's court and Houston's got a game. So you replay that game, you play the 5 minutes, and then Houston goes back in the locker room. They come back out, they shoot their warm ups, and they play the real team they're supposed to play. But it's just like it's a pain in the butt because some team has to travel to do that 5 minutes of play, and who knows how long it could go after that. But that's what has to happen. It's a nightmare.
With that call, they should have let the players dictate the game. You know, the only one that I can say that should have dictated the game itself was, in all honesty, that one with Detroit. That was a blatant foul. You know, I'm gonna call it like it is. You know, they missed it. You know, I could understand the coach from Detroit being irate with that because it was a foul. But you know, it's almost like serendipity. You know, from when we lost with Houston. So it's
and believe me, Dan, I just want to say I would not be surprised if that was truly a makeup call. That was here. We know we were wrong. It cost you a game. Here's your get back. And people think, well, it's on the fly. I mean, they don't know that that's going to happen. How could they? They know beforehand in a game. Listen, if something weird happens and it's a call that can favor the Knicks, just, you know, they already know. They get prepped before games, so they know what's what. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. It is what it is. I don't want to. The refs it's crazy. The refs are horrible. I don't want to get back into that for right now. We'll have plenty of time because the refs are going to keep doing some stuff that we're going to be mad about. Believe me, the season ain't over. But let me shout out a couple guys. Thank you to my guy Will Salkin. I appreciate you. He bought me a coffee. Thank you, Will. Thank you for buying Still Knicks fans a coffee. Appreciate you for your support. I also want to say shout out to my guy Boulevard. Thank you, my brother. He also bought us a coffee. Thank you guys for supporting and contributing to the show. Definitely appreciate you. We lost Dan. Hopefully he comes back. But yeah. So it is what it is, guys. We'll there he is.
So Ronnie,
hey, there he is.
So Ronnie, what do you think about the point that I made up about the fear? I wanted to know what the guys think about that. What I was saying. I was saying, Dan, that one of my fears about these players coming back is like, you know, Tibbs doing like he's doing with Isaiah Hartenstein. You know, Isaiah's coming back, you know, not 100%, you know, with Achilles injury, and he comes back and he plays him 40 minutes, and boom, he goes right back on the DL. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like he doesn't have a off switch. You know, it's either you're going to play 100% 40 minutes or you're out. You know, and that's one of the things that's scaring me. You know, I understand, and I'm like what the other guys do. They showed me enough when we had OG and Randall, and we went 14-2. They showed me enough to show that we are a good basketball team when we have all our players. But we got to realize these guys, they're not coming back 100% out the gate. So can he? I'm asking you guys, do you think this man can finally realize that he can do more harm to these players and his team by going, you know, all out with these guys instead of saying, okay, I'd rather have OG play 25 minutes and last throughout the playoffs than try to play him 40 minutes and he lasts 3 games and he's back down. What do you guys think?
Well, let me say before we get over, Dan looks like he's ready to answer it. Let me just read these because I'm putting these up on the screen, but then No, you're fine. I'm doing this because I realize that, you know, shout out to my guy Ajay, who always tells me there's people listening at work that can't see. So Juan B said if they allow that call to be overturned, then all types of plays and teams will try to do the same thing. The league isn't adding an extra game or an overtime for a game to be decided. It's true. Like I said, it's a lot of work. And it's you know, depending on where teams are, what's going on in the schedule. Some team might have to fly to another city just to play 5 minutes, possibly. It's just a lot of hassle. And also, shout out to Anna Grill, who said they claimed the rule was not misused, so they can't overturn it. Bad judgment isn't enough. So that's what you know, what's being talked about with regards to the refs and those bad calls. Now to Double A's question, Dan. You were ready to say something? Oh, you're on mute.
You're on mute, D.
Coming back to that overtime thing, I don't think it's fair that you come back a week later to play 5 minutes anyway, because everybody's exhausted. That game should have decided itself, not coming back later anyway, because you know, now you're coming back with new energy and everything. So that's neither here nor there. But as far as what you were saying, Double A, I do think that he'll play it differently with Randall, especially now that we have Precious, because he's come to rely on Precious. But I'm hoping that he because it's also a different injury that what Hartenstein had. You know, it's a different severity of injury, even with OG.
Achilles.
So I'm hoping that with Randall especially, that he comes back with minutes restrictions. You know, until to get back into shape for the playoffs. So one, he doesn't ruin his name even more, but two, he doesn't hurt the team either. So we want him to come back with minutes restrictions. Even with OG, come back with minutes restrictions. The fact that they're there and able to play, say 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes a game is more than enough to get us over the hump a lot of the times.
Right.
Because
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, because with that, it'll help us get into playoff form.
Right.
Right now, I'm not worried as much for the regular season anymore than I am for the playoffs. So come in with minutes restrictions, help them get that continuity back, and let's make a run.
Great. Hey, appreciate you, Juan B. I just want to say, I know you're gonna, you got to get back to work because I know you say you work remotely. You got to clock in. He said, not even a Knicks fan. I respect the team and I whoop on people online with the Knicks. Respect to y'all. These conversations are good. Might not agree with everything, but that's life. Respect. Hey, I appreciate that, Juan B. And that's the thing. Like, this platform is open to everybody, whether you're a Knicks fan or you're a fan of other teams or just a fan of basketball in general. Hey, as long as you could come in and have an open perspective and be open-minded and want to support and have open dialogue and good criticism and conversation, it's all good. It's the people that come in that are straight haters that just want to say you suck. That's it. Those are the ones that we can't stand. But I appreciate you, Wambi, and I thank you for being here and rocking with us, man. Have a great day at work, by the way, too.
That's the ones that say you suck, and you ask them why, they say, because you suck. Really?
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And I don't know about the minute restrictions. I mean, yeah, I agree with the minute restrictions. Probably the only one that I'm kind of like a little iffy with, and I'm not trying to be spiteful or a little sly with it, but I'll be honest, man. I don't really want to see minute restrictions for OG, because if OG says I'm not playing unless I'm 100% healthy, well, if you're out there, I expected you to play the way, because we waited for you to get 100% healthy. So if that's how you moving, then I expect that when you go out there, there shouldn't be any restrictions, because you made us wait until you felt I'm 100% ready to get it going. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
but
with him, it's a little different.
But not 40 minutes, Ron.
No,
not 40 minutes.
No player on the Knicks right now, especially.
We need to, because we got guys now
to be playing 40
we got
minutes.
guys now. We got Bogdanovich. We got Precious. Ain't no need for nobody to be playing 35, 40 minutes, especially coming back from an injury.
And if it was me, I would pull them aside and be like, listen, you guys don't need to worry, but I want you coming off the bench for at least 5 games. Get back into rotation, get back into the swing of things. Then you'll get your spot back, but I want you maybe 3 games. Come off the bench, get your, form back. That's to me, that's what they should do, because we need them to come back to form, because they've been out so long and their body has to get used to it again.
Right.
It's different than practice.
Barry said, Ron, don't be spiteful. OG is a free agent also. Hey, man, I'm not, listen, look, if it's tough, because you're going to say to yourself, if OG can play right now, I'm not saying he can, but if he can play right now, but he's like, I still need another week or 2, then that's doing something to my team. That's forcing me to play Josh Hart 47 minutes. I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying in Tibbs' mind, Tibbs is like, yeah, man, you look good enough to play, man. You running around.
And me,
But like Matt said, when he pulled Deuce to put Burks back in, and Burks was playing like a deer in headlights, and Deuce was on fire, and he pulls Deuce.
Right. Matt, what were you going to say?
Sorry, Mets.
and to me, that screams like a cover-up for the injury. I mean, that's my main issue. My main issue with this team as of late. The front office seems to be more interested in lying to the public about the injuries and then pushing the goalposts back when they're far worse than one expects.
Right. Well, and here's the other thing I wanted to say. And I know Knicks fans, you might not be thinking of this right now. I should say fellow Knicks fans, because we're all Knicks fans. Anagrill said Ben Simmons is a scammer. OG came hurt. But this is what I wanted to say to you guys.
I still take him.
And OG did come in hurt. He was already kind of nursing something. But look at how he played for us since he came here. If he was playing hurt, he looked great. You know what I mean? But I wanted to say something to you guys that I think maybe people have forgotten. OG Anunoby plays a certain number of games each year. He does get hurt. He is injury prone. But before he came to the Knicks, you know how many games OG Anunoby missed for Toronto? 0. He had played every game, guys. So it's not like he came in and he wasn't out there work. He was playing, and he was playing good. And when he came here, he was playing great.
And Ron,
every time a good or great player comes here, they end up getting bitten by the bug.
But Ron, think about this too. This is another thing that people forget is when he came here. Okay, he was hurt, but look how he played. But he also said, "I'd be willing to take a cut to stay on the Knicks." So if that holds true, listen, nurse him, get him back healthy, and we need to get everything back into place. Yeah,
I agree.
Ron, Ron, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ron.
No, I was just gonna say, I don't know who's saying that. Maybe some people are. I don't know. He wants to make a point. Shout out to Pudge. He said Knicks won before OG. That's true. Although before the OG trade, the Knicks were starting to trend downward. We were running into some issues, and we were I think they were a little concerned about the trajectory of the team going into the forward into the second half of the season and to the playoffs, that we weren't going to have enough. You already knew we didn't have enough size. Matchups were killing us. We were one of the smaller teams in the NBA, so it was an issue. I'm not going to say OG saved us, because we were winning games. We were an adequate team. We ran into some problems against certain matchups. But the other thing I will say, though, is it's not necessarily that OG came in and he's been the savior of the Knicks, but when OG came here, he opened things up to allow other players to play better. You know that whole thing about, can this guy make other guys on the team better? OG makes other guys on the team better defensively. And to an extent, he makes some guys better offensively, right? Because now when these players are getting double teamed and they want to kick the ball out to the guy in the corner, RJ Barrett, who wasn't knocking down shots consistently, OG was knocking the shots down. That
made the big difference.
Defense honest.
Well, now you see
that's important. That's important. I'm just saying.
To me, the biggest thing, people could say whatever, but we did not have the cohesiveness that we have now when they were all healthy, when RJ and Quickly were still here. They're playing more like a team now than we were earlier in the season.
Because OG fit that bill, man, and we've been asking for years. We want small forward. We want somebody that can guard the Tatums and the Butlers. We need a big guy that can guard. Quentin Grimes was a tweener, man. He was 6'4". We're trying to get him to guard guys 6'7" and bigger than and more experienced than him. OG is like a supersized Quentin Grimes. He came and did what we wanted Quentin Grimes to do, but extra hard. That's why I'm saying, fellas, look, as far as them coming off the bench, I don't agree, because I think players need to get into their roles as soon as possible. Because if we bring the start, these guys, if OG's ready to start and we bring them in off the bench, then we got to wait for them to flip-flop and get settled back coming off the bench. You know what I'm saying? I just think the players need to settle into their roles as soon as possible where they're going to be playing. And if OG, he's the one that I'm not most worried about because of his injury. I mean, his elbow is healed. It's healed. All right. It's his shooting elbow, but I mean, he's a high percentage 3-point shooter. So he's going to be able to help Brunson a lot more than a 60% Julius Randle to me, because he's going to connect on a larger percentage of those 3-point shots than Julius Randle would. But as far as them coming in off the bench, no, I don't think that's a good idea. If they're ready to start, let everybody settle into their roles so we can roll, because the sooner the better. And the playoffs is not guaranteed at this point, because I was saying, man, we can't give up these games against the Magic and all these other guys. But people were saying, that's nothing. That's done. Wait till we get to the playoff. But now we're at a position where it's tiebreakers, bro. If we tie for 6 with the Magic, guess what? They're in. We're not.
Yeah, and the Magic are a better team than people give credit anyway. But it's, to me, you're right. They and I see what you're saying about coming into their position. My main thing is I just hope they have minutes restrictions.
Oh yeah.
Don't run them into the ground right away, trying to do more than what. Listen, if we fall from 4th to 6th, it is what it is. But we need to make sure that everybody's healthy for the playoffs, because look what happened with the Heat last year. They had that injury bug. They wind up in the play-in, and they made that push.
Yeah.
But we can't count on that. We finished 6th, and the Magic finished 6th. They're in. We're out.
Right. They got the tiebreaker. I mean, yeah. Listen, man, the Knicks just need to go out there and try to get healthy as they can. And then if they can't get that healthy, they just Tibbs has to figure out a way to put these guys in a better position to play better. He has to open up his rotation and try to find different answers while there's time. Because once we get a little closer to the end of the regular season and going into the playoffs, that's no time for experimenting. Now is the time to experiment when you're close in games, but you're not winning. You got to try to do something to figure how can we get over the hump, at least to remain a 500 basketball team, well, better than 500, but continue to keep us afloat, right? So now's the time. You don't got too much time to do this, but now is the time you can experiment just a little bit, right? And one of the things that he can do that's a no-brainer is give Deuce more minutes. Deuce is finally looking like, oh, okay.
Yes, he deserves it.
While we got
he deserves it. He deserves it.
How often is the Tin Man going to give him those 20, 25-minute outings? It's going to be very sporadic because the guy is committed to tunnel vision of sticking with a stagnant front 5.
It's mostly Burks. He needs to put him toward the end of the bench with Burks.
Well, yeah.
Look. And that's what's so frustrating with Thibodeau, and I can never side with him.
I was about to pull something up because I was a little confused. I don't know. Maybe it's something else. King Ribby, I'm a little confused about what you were saying there. King Ribby had said, shoot, where is it? I just lost it. It said something about me being wrong about something with regards to, where is it? You kidding me? Did I star it? It vanished? Well, whatever. The point was, King Ribby had said something about me being wrong about him playing. And I thought I was talking about OG Anunoby, how he has been hurt each year and has missed games. But this year, before the Knicks traded for him, he played all 27 games. And if you don't believe me, here it is. Here it is right here. OG Anunoby. I'm going to scroll down, right? Okay. You see it right here, New York Knicks. Oh, wait, too low. New York Knicks, 14 games. And then, whatever. It was 14 games, whatever, started, blah, blah, blah. But at the time, with Toronto, it was 14 games played. And
27.
There, and it was 27 games started. But he had played all of the games that they had played at that point. So I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at something wrong, but that's what I saw. Unless this is a little funky though, because I do see 14-14, and obviously there's been more games. But when I saw it for Toronto, it looked like he had played all of the games. At least they had said, even the Toronto announcers had said that OG had played every game up until this point. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is I'm reading this wrong.
Which was only valid for this season. Every other season.
Right. No. I'm only talking about this season because we're talking about he came here as hurt goods, right? But I'm saying if he was hurt, he came here playing pretty damn well for being hurt.
Oh, yeah. He had some awesome games, bro. I can't wait till he plays. If he played hurt, he's going to be healed. I can't wait to see him.
I hear you.
All I'm saying is,
Go ahead, Mets.
Can we find out? Sooner or later, Tibbs' coaching style is going to be a cancer. The team and the front office, and the fans are going to demand to be cut away, to be cut. When that happens, I don't know how that's gonna play out down the line. As far as I'm concerned.
So, I'm curious, Sherwin. So what double do you understand? Okay. What is your point?
He's down to 30 because they're double teaming him because now they don't have to double team Randall. Of course, he's shooting just like Dante right now. People on Dante's butt. But hey, man, now he's the one that's getting double and triple teamed. So of course his shooting percentage is going to go down. It's like some guys, man, they got the common sense, man. Use your head, bro. We don't have Randall. If we only have Jalen Brunson, of course they're going to key in on Brunson. If Brunson's not there, of course they're going to key in on Dante. If you don't have Randall and OG,
they're going to key in. And if two of the three, specifically if Randall's there and Dante and Brunson are not, they're going to key in on Randall.
It's just like I remember during when it was during the Houston game. I think it was I don't remember if it was the commentator or the coach or somebody. They said we wanted to take Brunson out of the equation, let everybody else beat us.
And that's what is not picked up on.
They're gonna throw everything. If we don't have other options, they're gonna throw everything at Brunson and make the rest of the team beat them.
Right.
That's their game plan. Even the Lakers did it when we were playing them. They were going up, and they were all over Brunson.
Yes, they were.
But I like my chances, man. If OG comes back and we have him and Dante on the wings, I'll take my chances. I take my chances. I take my chances.
We need that.
I take my chances with Precious at power forward, OG at small forward, and Dante supporting Brunson. That's enough offense. We can get it done with that.
I think you're right, Double A.
Are you getting sick of Tibbs putting Hart at the power and Precious at the small one? Should be the other way around.
Wait, say that again, Mets?
One configuration I'm getting fed up with the 10-man doing is having Hart at the 4 and Achua at the 3 when it should be the other way around.
That's
definitely.
very true. That's very
definitely
very
without
true.
a doubt.
Although
punch him.
I think it's
kind of
more
crazy though. It's kind of crazy though, Mets, because even though you're seeing that, and then you look at the game, and at the end of the game, Hart has 18 rebounds. Like what? Like it's kind of wild. I hear you though. It is kind of wild though.
But he gets those rebounds whether he's playing shooting guard or small forward.
It's true. It doesn't make a difference. It really doesn't make a difference.
You overtax Hart much harder than you should.
I agree, because that's the thing. That is the same reason. So like there's the benefit and then there's the deterrent from it. Yeah, correct. Because when you look at it, there's a reason why Karl Anthony Towns doesn't want to play center. You know what I mean? He don't want to be banging down there with the big body. He wants to be out there on the perimeter, softer, and taking his jump shots and stuff. But then the flip side of it, Tibbs in his mind is like, I got nothing. I got to figure out something to really create something. And even though Josh Hart may not be able to bang down low with a power forward who's a true power forward, he's faster, he's quicker, and he can run circles around the power forward. So he's trying to come up with something,
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
saying, in the end, it can backfire. It
But
can
look,
Yeah, because
definitely
their
backfire.
small forward runs circle around
but
Precious.
There
but
you go. I
And
but
see.
that's the
Hey,
problem with having Precious at the 3. He's
but see,
suggesting it 4, not a 3. Why can't the Tin Man get that through his metallic skull?
well, and I understand that, and I agree with you, man. The only thing is, one, it's based on matchups, and two, it's Precious. He has good feet. He could guard the small forward. But when it comes to Hart, I think it's almost like if you have two dogs, you have a pit and a Labrador, and a Rottweiler comes to the door. Which one are you going to let out? The Labrador, which is bigger, or the pit bull? You know. So Josh Hart is that pit bull. So he's like,
Yeah, but Precious is tough, dog.
no, he's tough.
Precious
But
plays big and rough. He's not no soft dude, bro.
I'm not saying that he's soft, but and he's good. You know, he's good in the post. He blocks shots, and I like it. But like Ron was saying, he's trying right now. Tibbs is pulling straws because he has a depleted roster. He's trying to figure out something to make it work.
Because he's afraid.
Well, I tell you what, bro. Let me tell you this: if he keeps playing Josh Hart 41 minutes a game, he's going to be on the disabled list right next to the other guys.
I
That's
agree.
what's going to happen. Because there's no reason why he can't bring Jacob Toppin in for 8 or 9 minutes and give Hart more rest. Because then the next, Hart's playing 40-some minutes one game, and then the next game you come out and he's he's exhausted and beat down, and he has an awful game, and then we're on Hart. Oh, Hart is not Hart no more. Well, he's playing awful. Yeah, bro, come on, man. The guy is 41 minutes a game. Man, that's crazy. To
I
play
agree.
41 minutes. That's
The only,
crazy.
the only thing is you think about this too. Ever since the injuries, a lot of these games have been close for the most part. And it's hard to put Toppin because I think, Ron, we spoke about this on the last show that when we saw Toppin out there, he looked like a deer in headlights, a lot of times. He was scared. He didn't want to take the shot when he had it. And if Tibbs can't rely on him to be out there with confidence, it's hard to put you can't give somebody confidence. They have to go out there and be willing to play.
But how do they get it, Don? How do they get confidence? How do they get confidence? They play.
Yeah.
They play. You don't get experience until you get experience. You know what I'm saying? You can't say that. That was the same with Deuce. People were saying that about Deuce. When Deuce was going out there, he looked scared, blah, blah, blah. But come on, man, the guy didn't play. But when he got a chance to play and felt like, I belong here. That's one thing. You got to install confidence in your players. And Tibbs does not do that. If I'm a small forward on the Knicks and you playing the guy ahead of me 41 minutes because you don't want to play me, what's that telling me? You got no use for me, man. What's that going to do for my confidence?
That's fair. But when they do play,
the only other piece he's got left, a guy whose namesake is a comic strip character who's always been known as a wishy-washy, incompetent blockhead.
Who's that?
Charlie Brown Jr.
Oh, I see. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, didn't they just let Charlie Brown go, or to the Westchester Knicks, him and Toppin?
Yeah. I think that they said that is probably a roster move because guys are going to be coming back soon, and so they needed to do that. But he's still in the fold.
Well, it would have been more tolerable for the Tuesday loss if they had those two on the bench and Tibbs bothered to play them. But no, he chose to go with an extra handicap 7-man rotation.
Yeah, Tibbs is the type of coach that defies logic sometimes. He's like, well, when you don't think I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to double down on it. And the problem with Tibbs is that he has, but in fairness, this is the problem with Tibbs. Like, we are very upset with him because of some of the things he does, because sometimes it doesn't make sense, especially when you know what you're being dealt. You're in an internal deficit of players, and you're doing this, right? But on the flip side, in Tibbs' mind, he's an old school coach. He's like, I only know one way to coach. This is what I do. And when everything is going good, you love it. You love what I'm doing, right? Tibbs is making good calls. He's making good rotations because the players are healthy and things are working. But when things aren't working and things aren't, like, if you're not healthy, you have to adjust. And Tibbs' biggest issue is learning how to adjust and feeling comfortable doing it. He doesn't feel comfortable experimenting or trying different things unless his hands have to be to the fire. The last time we saw Tibbs make a huge experiment was when his hands were on the fire and he was on the chopping block to get fired last year. And what did he say? You know what? I know you got this guy Fournier and you got Cam Reddish. I'm not playing these dudes. I'm going to go with the guys I want to go with, and we're going to turn this thing around. And it worked. So he's going to continue to do stuff like that, and he's going to continue to go with the guys he trusts. And these guys keep telling him, yeah, I don't mind playing 48 minutes. Look at me, Josh Hart. I'll play 47 minutes. Right. And then the next game, when Josh Hart has all of a sudden got some tendonitis in his knee or knee soreness, they were like, well, where did that happen? Yeah. I mean, come on. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Exactly.
It is what it is. It is what it is. It's tough. But let me ask you guys this, because one of the other things about today's show, and shout out to Corey, because it plays into what we were talking about. And sorry, Corey, I know you probably, I don't know, I haven't seen you in the chat recently, you might have had to go. I didn't get to this question while you were here. But Corey had a question. He said, so I have a question for Ron and the panel. Why are we panicking?
Why are we panicking? Because we're dropping. We're dropping very fast.
Dropping like flies.
I think, you know what really is affecting a lot of Knicks fans? Hold on, Mets. What's really affecting a lot of Knicks fans, at least Knicks fans like me, I wasn't panicking, right? I understand that we're not healthy. And I understand that we're playing these teams and there's something missing. What is started to affect me is I feel like the timetable for these guys coming back keeps getting moved. And so that makes me think, damn, if I thought, okay, we could afford to lose this amount of games in this time period, but we're going to get, this week coming up, we got OG and we got Randall coming back. And then you're telling me, well, we got this guy running maybe next week or maybe what? Now I'm starting to now we go another couple of weeks.
This is why
now I'm getting a little worried.
And this is the main issue. We've got a front office who likes to cover up or sugarcoat the injuries. A coach who is overkill, self-indulgent in his play style. A banged-up roster almost every freaking night.
So that's why we're panicking to you, Matt, because I think we're supposed to be answering that. So I have why we were panicking, and that's a good reason to be panicking. To me, that's what you're saying. It's a good reason to be panicking. But for me, like I said, look, our coach is injuring more players. It's not like we're getting healthy. We're getting hurt more hurt. We went down. We started off with Mitchell Robinson going down. Then Randall went down. Then OG went down.
Other way
right?
around with those two.
Then Isaiah went down because Isaiah got the Achilles, and Tibbs he played him 40 minutes back to back, 40 minutes, and after that he's been in and out. Okay, that's crazy, man. That's why I'm panicking, because, bro, Corey Lee, players are not getting healthy. They're falling down, bro. And guess who's next? Josh Hart is next. He's already missed a game. But, he's a warrior, man. He plays hurt. He's a rough guy. But more players are going down, and that's why I'm panicking, and the L's are going up.
And this is why Tibbs is a toxic coach. He doesn't breed players. He breeds victims to injuries. And we need to get rid of them sooner rather than later.
Well,
send that oversized robot to a junkyard.
I will say, Mets, that you have every right to be upset, as well as fellow Knicks fans can be upset about the way in which Tibbs is using these players. I do think that he is definitely pulling at straws, as Dan said. We're desperate, and he's trying to come up with answers, but he's leaning on his guys a little too much. And I think in the end, he's putting us in a position that we can still be here dealing with the same thing over and over. What is the point of going out there and playing guys like Josh Hart 47 minutes, running iHart out there when he's not looking good, right? And
still
playing Brunson out there, who is coming back and forth with cervical spasms, excuse me, and dealing with certain things. And I'm not saying Brunson needs to be out there. I'm not. All I'm saying is maybe manage his minutes a little better because we need Brunson, right? But what's the point of doing all that, right? Say we get OG back next week. Say we get Randall back next week.
Why?
What happens? Those two guys come back, and then maybe Mitch comes back later in the month, right? But then Dante DiVincenzo re-injured the hammy. Hartenstein is out. Josh Hart retweaks the knee that he's been having issues with. So then you're like, well, we got good play from our starters, but our ancillary pieces aren't helping. The bench is struggling. We got nothing going on. Our defensive presence is lacking. We have no exterior defense. We got interior defense, but nobody on the perimeter because our perimeter guys are out. You know, there's always it's going to keep happening in certain ways where these guys can come back, but if the other guys are out, we're still not healthy. We're not a full strength team.
My
So
point
I
exactly.
Yeah,
My
I
point
think
exactly.
Tibbs has to do better at understanding. I got to use these guys. I can't play guys 47 minutes. That's just it's egregious. It's you know. Shout out to D. It's malpractice. You know what I mean? Shout
Yeah,
out
it
to
should
D's
be
World of
against
Hoops.
the law. It
Yeah,
should be against the law,
yeah.
man.
We got to do better. We got to do
see-
better.
With me, I'm not panicking. I'm concerned, but I'm not panicking because, again, you panic when it's something that you can, in a sense, kind of control. You might be concerned because, like you said, he's going to run guys into the ground, and now we're going to be repeating the cycle. But I'm not panicking because at the end of the day, okay, say right now, what's Cleveland? Second, number 2?
Yes.
They're
So
19 games over 500. They're nine games ahead of us.
Well, no, that's hey, think about this though. Would you really be scared if we got the 7th seed and we faced Cleveland in the first round? I wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
No, if we were healthy.
If we're healthy, maybe not.
If we're healthy, I'm not concerned. You know,
you're not concerned. They're 19 games over 500, Don. They're playing the best basketball in the NBA right now.
Yeah, and we were there last month.
We beat them in the playoffs last year. If they play us, guess what? They coming for us. You better know Donovan Mitchell and them are coming for us. And they had the horses, bro. They had the horses. And people are saying you take them lightly, bro, you're going to get that whooping.
Oh, no, you don't take them lightly, but you think about it. You said they're playing the best basketball in the NBA right now.
Yeah.
We were playing the best basketball.
Technically second best because Boston's
okay, but they still.
But we were playing the best basketball last month before all the injuries. So
but we know we're not going to be the same, bro, as we were because these guys are not going to be the players they were before. That's
the unfortunate thing that Double A is saying right there. Even if we get these guys back, we don't know what Mitch is going to be like. We don't know what Randall's going to be like. Or at least we know we're not getting 100% of Randall. And OG, I think, will give us at least that defense. Hopefully, it doesn't affect his shot, but it is his right hand. It's a shooting hand, so we'll see. But go ahead, Dan. I just wanted to reiterate that.
Even like I said, if we come back and we have the guys and we're healthy, we use the minutes restrictions. I think that we'll be okay still. Like I said, I'm concerned that people are getting overworked because of the short roster we have, and he should be using other guys. But we have to not panic because, again, when you panic, you start making stupid moves. You start making.
And you're right, Don. You're right. Yeah. But that's what Tibbs is doing. He's panicking. When you play a guy 47 minutes, a small forward 47 minutes, and you got more small forwards on your bench that could play, you're panicking.
Yeah.
Tibbs is panicking. I'm not panicking. Tibbs is panicking. I'm concerned. I'm like you.
That's what I'm saying. Tibbs is panicking, but that's why I'm not panicking. I'm just concerned about what's going on.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Okay, Mets, are you panicking?
Logistically, at this point, I am kind of panicking, but it's less a fear-based panic and more of a rage-based panic.
I hear
Yeah.
you. Look, I mean, look, we gotta what
Believe me when I
what we
say
have to go back to is we have to remember once again, Tibbs is
I
our
got the
coach.
power ring to prove it.
Oh, you know what? I would love if that was a mood ring because then it could really tell us how you're feeling.
It's a Red Lantern power ring.
I
Rage.
see that. The rage. I got you. Well, let's not forget Tibbs is our coach, and he's not going anywhere right now. Right? If anything was to happen, it would be in the off season. I don't think it's going to happen because I think this Knicks team is going to be all right in the end, at the very end. But there's a lot of things that are very funky right now. There's a lot of things that even when we were hoping that things were going to be, we were very optimistic, right? I knew in the back of my mind that Julius was going to need surgery. I'm letting people talk because I'm like, you know what? I hope I'm wrong, but I just knew that the way he fell with the size of him, because that's the
Mm.
key. If he was a smaller guy and he fell and dislocated, maybe he don't need surgery. He's a big guy, all the muscles and tendons. He works out. You know, he put a lot
Hmm.
of weight, and the way he came down with a lot of force.
This is why
So
we work. I mean,
And you go ahead, Mets.
this is why when you bulk up, you don't. This is why in an off season you don't bulk up. I mean, use football as an analogous. Look at Aziz Ojawari. He hasn't been healthy the last 2 years since adding 15 pounds of muscle. Every year he gets hurt for the Giants and since then. And it's
right,
and that extra 15 pounds of bulk has made him into a glass cannon.
you're right. What the one thing I want to say before going over to Double A is that it's fair what you're saying. Sometimes adding mass and working out extra, a little bit too much and putting on too much bulk can be a deterrent. It could be, I mean, not a deterrent. It could be a negative, right? Because we thought it was a positive. Remember, 2-3 years ago, the Knicks
Mitch
regimen was
Robinson did that.
everybody was bulking up. Mitch,
Hmm.
RJ, Randall, everybody was on the bulk fest, right? And they realized they got a little too heavy. They were a little lethargic. There were certain things that were taken away from their game. It didn't necessarily work. It definitely didn't work for Mitch. So what they did, they all slimmed down. Now, Randall did it in the right way because even though he works hard, but he's a specimen, right? But even to Met's point, for him, it didn't matter as much. Look at this. Got all the rings. For him, it didn't matter as much because the first injury that knocked him out was an ankle injury. That's not about his bulk. That was just he stepped on somebody's foot. It turned out wrong, and then he re-aggravated it in the Miami series, right? Then you got this injury. This was a fluke. Like it don't matter if he's skinny, if he's big, if he's fat. The way he fell down, he's going to dislocate his shoulder because it was also the defender who I don't know what the hell the defender was doing. I'm a little more upset with him. I don't know why Randall attacked it the way he did, but the defender is the reason why Randall fell awkwardly the way he did and dislocated the shoulder. So whether he's skinny, big, fat, small, doesn't matter. He was still going to be in a position to possibly do that. Whether it doesn't matter. So in this case, it doesn't matter too much, Mets. In this case, but I hear what you're saying. I agree with you. These athletes put themselves. It really affects football players, and it definitely affects baseball players. They get too big, the muscles are popping and snapping everywhere. Yeah, I hear you.
I mean,
Okay,
it would have been better if Randall had managed to pivot and end up landing flat on his back. At worst, he would have ended up with a few back spasms, maybe a concussion, and he'd be out for at least a game or two, and we would have been
it
fine.
would have been better if he didn't make the decision to do what the hell he did in the first place. It would have been better if he was sitting on the bench instead of doing what he was doing and Tibbs actually put somebody else in the game. But you know how Tibbs works at the end of games. It's a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda, but this is the Knicks, and we're always going to deal with it. This is our life. This is how the Knicks
Like
move. And so you take the good, you take the bad, you take it all, and there you have the Knicks.
And the
like
fact
I do bodybuilding, Ron, but it's a difference. Okay, it's a
Hmm.
difference in the athletes. There's some players that bulk up, but they work on flexibility too. And if you notice if you watch Julius Randle in his off-season workout, he's not just lifting weights. He's doing a lot of agility stuff and cardio stuff. So he's mixing up. It's the players that just they just want to get big, and then the next thing you know, they're not stretching, and
Right, right, right. No, no. I
then you got
100%.
shortened muscles. Then your muscles are shortened. The bigger your muscles is, the less range of motion you got. So if you're not stretching out, then that becomes a problem, especially in an athletic game like basketball. You got to be, you got to have that, agility, and you
Right.
got to have that flexibility. Otherwise, that's when you pull muscles and that. That's why Giancarlo Stanton. I know you don't want to hear this too much, Ron, but about the Yankees, but that's why Giancarlo Stanton was getting hurt all the time. Is because he was so muscular, you know.
Yeah,
And
no, I agree.
now he's slimmed
Well,
down just for that
yeah,
matter
that's
of
why I was
fact.
saying in football you see it happening, but you see it happening in baseball a lot. Baseball is transitioned,
Yeah.
and I don't want to talk into that, but that's part of the reason why it's a dying sport because it's just like
The only
the
sport you
game
don't
has changed. It's
The only sport you
changed.
really don't see that is hockey.
Right.
Right. Right. Well, I mean that padding helps.
Well,
So no matter
and
what you look like underneath that, all that.
that's why even when I played basketball and everything, my coach he really didn't have us lifting weights. Everything was calisthenics, push-ups, sit-ups, that kind of stuff.
Sometimes that's the best way, Dan. Shout out to D-Ras. Appreciate you. What's going on, brother? Hope you're doing good. He said, panicking. I'm freaking out in my Mets voice. I hear you, brother. It's
Hey,
a lot
one
going on.
example.
Shout out.
One example we forgot before I forget. I'm sorry, of somebody who the bulking up did play to an advantage was Emmanuel Quickly. Remember, he got pushed
Right,
around by
right.
Kyle Lowry in the
Yeah.
last playoff, so he came stronger and bigger. And it helped him tremendously because people were bouncing off him. Before he
Yeah.
would try to go in the middle and he couldn't complete the layup or the 3-point play because he wasn't strong enough. But he bulked up and then
Him and his fellow co-college teammate, Tyrese Maxey,
Maxey.
bulked up as
Yeah,
well. Maxey's
yeah, and
looking,
it helped
and
him.
it definitely helped
And
Maxey
Jack,
out as well.
yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Craig. What's good, my brother? I hope you're doing well. He said Tibbs only has 1 year left. That's lightweight for the Knicks. Fire him after the season. We'll see what happens, guys. We'll see. I don't see it because I do think the Knicks are going to wind up surprising a lot of people who are panicking. I hope. I'm just saying, health has a lot to do with it. Shout out to Wilson Dang. He said, I'm panicking because we are so close to being in the play-in seating. I get it. We're right there. It's getting a little crazy.
And we
Walter
got
White is in the
Cleveland
building. What's good, Walter? He said Westbrook fractured his hand and it was Tibbs' fault. Okay.
I don't remember Westbrook being on the, or was this when he was an assistant in Oklahoma City or wherever?
I think he was an assistant somewhere. Yes, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know too much about that, but hey, if it's true, it's true. Looking good doing it. Facts AA. Oh, he said that earlier. Shout out to you. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. All right, let me get back into it. And shout out to King Ribby. I didn't give you the exclusive shout out, my brother. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. All right. So here's the thing, because this goes back to the thing, and I know now I'm saying it a little differently. I'm doubling down on it, but I know that it's a little funky. I've said that we need to be patient with our players, especially newly acquired players that are here. Why should it be okay to understand that we're being impatient with one player and see the fruit of the results, and then now all of a sudden we're in the same situation again and we're not doing it again? First off, no Knicks fans should be saying anything negative right now about Bojan Bogdanovic. Yes, his defense is a little suspect. It's still not as bad as Fournier's, in my opinion, but you got to bear with him because he's still trying to find his way here, and he's thrust into a position where they're still trying to learn how to use him well enough, too. We do know he's a gunslinger. When he gets hot, and you've seen it already. I'm glad you did see it. Alec Burks is a little different, but it's still the same thing, guys. And the reason why I want to say it, Alec Burks is not trash. He wasn't trash before when he was with us. He wasn't trash when he left us. This season, he's had a lot of great games for Detroit, even though Detroit has struggled and been horrible. Alec Burks is one of the true bright spots for that team, outside of like Cade Cunningham.
But he's not a point guard, man.
He's not a point guard. And this is, but it's the Knicks' inability to find something more adequate to spell what we got going on when Brunson's not in there. And even McBride, say what you want about McBride, he's playing good, But he's
playing
playing good as being like an off guard. He's not playing good because he's facilitating. He's showing you all this type of point guard stuff. He's playing good because he's playing good defense, and his jump shot has improved. Because while he's been on the bench, on the sidelines, he's been working. Shout out to Deuce, because that's one thing. Is one thing about staying ready and getting more opportunity to play and getting the minutes. But his shot has been falling because he's been working. So shout out to that brother. But once again, it's that lack of having a true backup point guard, helping to facilitate. Brunson can't even get a good amount of rest. He's got to come back in the game because the offense is stagnant. This is happening. And I told you before, Burks, I'm not mad with Burks being here. I just don't want him being the backup point guard. But here we are again. But I want to say this about Burks, guys. There's something bigger going on with Burks. I've said it on a couple different shows in the chat. He's struggling, all right? He's a better shooter than what he's showing, okay? He's a career 38% shooter from three. I think Sherwin said that, or somebody said that in the chat.
Yeah.
He's not – she doesn't shoot this bad. He is struggling. And you know how you know he's struggling? I said this in the chat as well. Burks has been shooting 90% from the free throw line. All season, he's one of the top free throw shooters in the league. With Detroit, Detroit stinks. But it is what it is. With the Knicks, he's shooting 81% from the free throw line. He's missing free throws with us. Something is not right. He just hasn't put it together.
You know what it is, Ron? One, like you were saying with Bogdanovich, with Burks, they came in to a mess. And it's like Double A was saying, we might not be panicking, but Tibbs is. So they're feeling the pressure from him. And they're going out there. I just want Burks to realize, listen, you are not the number one option. You don't go out there trying to force things. Do what you were doing in Detroit, just playing off of everybody else, and it'll work. Bogdanovich, he doesn't know the system like Burks, so he's getting put into they both came into calamity. It's not like they came into something that was normal where they're building the rotation and the foundation. They came into calamity. So everything was all in disarray because of all the injuries. And they're feeling the pressure from Tibbs because everything comes downhill. And Tibbs is like, listen, I need you guys to go do this, do this. So it's almost like I'm watching them and they're forcing things because they want to prove themselves because Tibbs is believing in them. But it's just hard with that situation.
If I could say one thing, Don,
go ahead.
If I could say one thing, I think Tibbs gets a lot of credit that he doesn't deserve. I really do. A lot of these wins, a lot of the times where this team has looked good, Tibbs had had nothing to do with it. It was all Jalen Brunson. It was all Julius Randle. It's all Dante DiVincenzo. It's all Isaiah Hardenstein. Okay? If the Milwaukee Bucks can fire their head coach who led them to an NBA championship, and the Toronto Raptors can fire the coach of the year, and then the coach they bring in win a championship, it just tells you got to be able to do what you got to do. And to me, okay, the question is, Tibbs got us playing, which I agree with a lot of Knicks fans. He's got us playing the best basketball we have in years. I have no disagreement with that. But is he the one to take us to the chip? So far, he hasn't shown me that. So far, he hasn't shown me, okay, a team. We got a badass team. Do you realize when we get all our players back, we are stacked? We are so stacked that there is absolutely no reason for him to have overplay anybody. We can go through the whole regular season with our players rested and not injured and all that because we got solid guys to back up all that. Right now, we don't have a real backup point guard, but that's something we can address in the offseason. But where we at now, I'm very happy where we are as an organization, as far as a roster. But it's Tibbs the one because he hasn't shown me this over the years in Chicago and Minnesota, wherever he's been. It's Tibbs the one that knows how to use this many good players. He knows how to play with 7, 8 guys. But what about when you got 12 great guys on your team? Guys that are on your bench that could be starting. Now you got to, for happiness, you got to balance this, okay? Bogdanovich is not going to be happy playing 9 minutes, 8 minutes, okay? He's not. He's not. and he doesn't need to. Okay, because OG doesn't need to play 35, 40 minutes coming back off an injury. Even next year, hopefully OG is on the team. He doesn't need to play 35, 40 minutes because we got somebody that can play. So that's my fear about Tibbs, okay? And this is why I'm not with these guys that think that Tibbs is indispensable, that he's the greatest things in mayonnaise, okay? Because
Mhm.
other teams have had to make moves to get them over the top, especially when a coach is just stagnant. And to me, he doesn't know how to handle more than 7, 8 good players at one time. He just doesn't know how
No,
to do it.
and double
Well,
A,
go
nobody's
ahead, Jim.
indispensable.
I just wanted to say, and I hear you, Double A, but I also know that you do not like Tibbs, and I know you're not alone. There's a lot of Knicks fans that are done with Tibbs. I mean, there's another Knicks fan right above you in Mets that's not a fan of Tibbs. But what I did want to say is, I think it's a little rough to say that he doesn't get credit for what the Knicks have done. Hold on, before you say anything, let me just say, one, the Knicks have come into this season with a different type of offense. Now, Knicks have been very vanilla in their offense. It's not too crazy. It's not nothing that's intricate. It's not like we're watching the Princeton team of college with the wheel. I mean, not the wheel, the weave and stuff. Um, but the Knicks are doing things differently on offense. They are continuing to shoot threes, but they're moving the ball. Remember, we talked about it as the season has started. The Knicks have made an issue of trying to move the ball and get more assists as a team, and it's worked. Now we're a team that averages 23, 24, 25 assists a game, whatever it is around there. And we weren't that before. So something has changed, right? And it's little changes, but there's some things have changed on the offensive side. On the defensive side, Tibbs is a great defensive mind because he comes up with really good schemes and plays on the defensive end. The problem is you have to have the right players to execute these types of plays. We've already seen when he has the right guys, Tibbs is the best defensive coach in the NBA. I don't know if anybody else wants to say they got another coach that they think is better. When Tibbs had all these guys that came to play in the playoffs last year, who was the number one defense in the playoffs? First off, coming into the playoffs, the number one defense was the Cleveland Cavaliers. In the playoffs, the number one defensive team was the New York Knicks. Tibbs is the coach. This year, when we had everybody healthy and everybody was clicking in January, the number one defensive team in the NBA, the New York Knicks. Once again, Thibodeau is a defensive coach. So you can't take that away from him. They've improved on offense. They're doing things a little better. So you got to give him credit. I get it that it looks bad because sometimes his choices just make you really question who he is and what he does. But he was making the right choices in January. Ever since we got hurt, he is falling back. Tibbs is one of those guys that I think he second guesses himself and he second guesses the team when he gets put into a situation of adversity. So my whole thing is, and this is why I don't like playoff Tibbs. Playoff Tibbs is a scared Tibbs. He starts to question things and he starts to deviate from what he's used to. Injury Tibbs looks like he's that type of guy too. Okay, this guy's out. Okay, I'll still. Now I got all these guys out. I'm just doing wild stuff. I'm going back to the stuff I was doing before. That is a problem. But I think when things are going right, if guys were healthy and we weren't going through all these injuries, I think Tibbs would still be coaching adequately and still be making good decisions because we were praising some of his decisions. And if you remember the Philadelphia game that we won, having a shortened roster, he made some really interesting roster adjustments in that game. And some people were like, this is the best I've ever seen Tibbs coach for the Knicks. So I get it. I'm just going to say there's certain things there that I think that he's done right. It's just now because of all these injuries, he's looking a little crazy out here, and he might put us in a worse position if he doesn't calm down. Sherwin, shout out to you. And by the way, the topic that I had was what's up with these new players on the Knicks, and we already started talking about Burks. And I just wanted to say, once again, it's been 7 or 8 games. Relax, guys. Give Burks a little bit of a shot because I already explained to you. No matter what you think about what Alec Burks is, even Alec Burks was not playing this bad with Detroit. He's not this bad. I'm telling you, something's
No,
going on with
no,
him. Give him a little time. He's not washed. He is
no,
not
no.
what you want him to be right now, but give him a little time. And he definitely shouldn't be. I said it already. He shouldn't be playing point guard for this team, but we are just so injured. Like, let's just give it a little time. And then
It's the pressure.
Sherwin was saying something about Bogdanovich, like Bogdanovich missing shots. Yep, you're right. Bogdanovich is missing shots. Let me tell you something. Bojan Bogdanovich is a career. I'm gonna put it up. I ain't gonna just say it. I'm gonna put it up. You
What,
can't stop me. I'm putting it
38%?
up.
No, in
Hold
the
on.
40s, bro. What's it,
He
40,
is.
41?
Let me get this out of here. Let me move this banner.
And
Boom.
he's like 38.
He is a career. You see it right. First off, that's him.
Nah,
See? Bojan. He
no,
is
no.
a career. Wow, it's so slow.
30,
39.5%
almost
from
40,
3-point range.
40%.
Look at
40%.
the field goals, though, folks. 46% for his career from the field. He was 46.8 with Detroit before he came over here, and 41.5 from 3 before he came over here. With the Knicks, he's 41% from the field. League average is around 44, 45. So he's not shooting well consistently from the field. He's shooting
Right.
39.5 from 3, which is not horrible, but I'm just saying he was shooting better. Give the guy a chance. Let me say one more thing before you go. Before you say something. You guys remember when Dante DiVincenzo started with the Knicks this season?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how many shots he missed? Do you remember how many bad layups he missed?
How about Precious, Ron? How about Precious? They were ready to trade Precious.
I get it. I'm just, this is my whole point. Do y'all remember what Dante looked like when he first started with the Knicks? Do you remember
Yeah.
how many easy layups he missed?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Go ahead. I don't know who was going to say. Was it Dan?
Yeah.
No, it's me. I said you were right because you look what they did to Precious. They were ready to throw Precious under the train too.
Yeah,
and I
correct.
said
And
Riley drafted him in the first round. He ain't gonna draft a bum. The only reason why Miami traded him is because they wanted Kyle Lowry. But Precious has never been a bum, but he came over here and everybody was like, "What was this guy?"
And see,
listen, I don't know. Go ahead, Dan. What were you going to say?
I said, you're right. And that's what I was going to mention, with the Dante DiVincenzo. But again, they didn't come into a great situation with the pressure and, having the lack of support here. Again, if they would have came in the beginning of the season and we're already halfway through the season with everybody healthy and they're playing like that, then I could understand people being concerned. But you're coming in late to a depleted roster with Tibbs under pressure, and everything. You're learning a whole new system. A lot of these people that make these comments, they're thinking about going out and playing pickup games at the court. It's different when you're learning a whole new system, trying to figure out where you fit in. You have to get that continuity. You got to get that trust built with the other players. It's a lot of things. So
Right.
I think they're both going to be fine. Burks, like I said, I want him to stop trying to play hero ball. I want him to start playing ball like he was in Detroit.
Right.
Yeah, you're 100%. And you know what? It'd be interesting for me, Ron, to find out how many minutes these guys were averaging on the Pistons. I'm sure they're averaging more minutes than they were playing before.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Most definitely. And then Tibbs, they came in and knowing Burks, knowing Tibbs, being familiar, he probably asked, "Hey, coach, what you need to me?" I need points. And that's what it looks like to me, Ron, because you're right. It's just the Alex Burks that played for us before wasn't even like that, where he would take in so many crazy shots. You know?
Right. And okay, there's a couple different things I got to say real quick to see if I can get all of this out. Wow. Man, so many different things here. Well, first off, David Smith, I don't agree. He says Bogdanovich is washed, Burks is washed. I don't think they're washed. I think they're playing out of, well, Burks is playing out of position, and Bogdanovich just hasn't acclimated yet to this team. Because you can't tell me that all of a sudden, since he changed uniforms, now all of a sudden he can't shoot. He was shooting with Detroit, and Detroit is horrible. Okay, I think that his opportunities to get wide open looks would increase here with the Knicks, because at least we do have a couple players that do demand a little bit better defense and sometimes a double team. Really, it's Brunson, but you know what I mean. Like, so I don't want to say that yet, and I don't think Burks is washed either. Like I said, I just think it's the circumstance, the way that the Knicks are currently having to use these guys is not beneficial. Bojan Bogdanovich might have to be inserted into the starting lineup for right now. I'm not saying he should be a starter on this team, because I think his best role is coming off the bench, giving us that scoring and being mixed matched with starters. But right now, because we're so unhealthy, I mean, yeah, like he might need to start, and they might need to move Josh Hart to the bench.
And
I think we might have to do that.
I agree with you, because
yes,
that'll make them stop double and triple teaming Dante and Brunson. That'll open up some space for Brunson.
I agree. Listen. Oh, there's just so many things. I'm sorry, Double A. I just got to get this out before I forget.
No,
so many different things. Remember when we were talking shows ago? I talked about Dante DiVincenzo, right? And I looked at his career numbers, and Dante DiVincenzo has never shot this well, ever. Yeah. And people are like, well, that's why you don't need DeJounte Murray. You don't need a Donovan Mitchell, because Dante's giving you these numbers. And shout out to Dante. He's been playing great, but he's been playing like he's never, for his whole career, he's never shot this well.
Over the head.
So now you get into a situation where there's adversity and teams are keying in on Dante. Now he's a part of the scouting report, right? And you don't have any help because everybody else is hurt. Now Dante's starting to look like the Dante of before. It's not that it's bad. It's just not as good as he's been playing lately, because now teams are keying in on him. There's no help. It's like a baseball game when your cleanup hitter is the best player on the team, but there's nobody to protect him that bats before him. There's nobody after him. So they just pitch around the best guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm just giving an analogy, but that's my point. So with regards to this team and some of the guys that are on here, like Bogdanovich and Burks, you have to give these guys time to figure out a way that they can fit in, because right now they're playing in. They're not being Bogdanovich is not being used right, and Burks is playing out of position. So now, because we're going to be like this for a little bit, they got to figure out, okay, how can we best utilize these guys? In my opinion, Burks should, if anything, until he can get right, Deuce should be playing more minutes than him, and even taking some of his minutes. Bogdanovich should probably be inserting into the starting lineup for right now, because he needs to get going, and we really need him to get going, because we need some extra help to take the pressure off of Brunson and to help Dante open his game back up again. I think that's what Tibbs should do, and we'll see what happens.
Think about this too. You know, they're saying Bogdanovich is washed. He's actually been quietly solid for us, getting 18 points. You know, yes, he's been missing some shots, but he's been getting like 16, 18 points a night off the bench.
He even had a 20-point, John.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
So you know what really more? What do you really want from him? To be scoring 30 points? He's not there for that.
And I agree.
And you know what? Oh, I'm sorry, Double A. One second. The other thing that I was just thinking about too, that I forgot earlier, I forgot to say, because someone in the chat, I don't want to, I don't remember who it was, and I don't want to take the time to go back. Someone in the chat said that Alec Burks doesn't impact winning. That is the farthest thing from the truth. Alec Burks historically impacts winning, especially in the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter has usually been Alec Burks' time. Alec Burks has won games by himself when he was with the Knicks before. Already this season, he's won 2 or 3 games for Detroit, who hasn't won many. He's won them on his own. So I wouldn't say he doesn't impact winning. Once again, I'm just going to say right now, he's just not looking good. He's struggling, and guys can struggle. He's an NBA player. It's a bad time for the Knicks because we need him to play better. but he's struggling. I already said that it doesn't matter what you say. If the guy is shooting 90% from the free throw line, and then he comes to the Knicks and he's shooting 81%, I'm watching him out there. And I'm like, this guy just missed a free throw. Okay, it is what it is. No big deal. It's just a free. He missed another free. This guy shoots 90%. He's missing back-to-back free throws. And you know when they talk about when you're missing free throws, it's about focus and concentration. And even you could see the way he shot the ball. He's like, it's like, what do you do? Slow yourself down. Like, what the hell is happening? He may be a little lackadaisical right now with his approach, but somebody on that Knicks staff needs to talk to Burks and calm down. We don't need you to be the savior. We just need you to play the type of basketball you're used to playing. Just fit into whatever you're comfortable with. Take the shots at your own speed, and we'll be good. And I think it'll happen. Just give it some time. But I'm sorry, Double A, you were going to say something.
I said I agree with you wholeheartedly with the idea of putting Bogdanovich in the starting lineup, because say OG comes back. Now you got OG, who's a great three-point shooter. You got Bogdanovich, who's a great three-point shooter. You got Dante. You got Brunson. You know, who do you double team? Who do you leave open? You can't leave nobody open. And now you add Hart back to the defense, to the second unit, and now you add power to that, because you can move Burks back to where he should be playing, shooting guard or small forward, nowhere near point guard. Look, Deuce McBride was a point guard in college. I know he's not NBA starting point guard. He doesn't have those skills. But I feel Deuce McBride can run that point for 10 minutes and let Brunson rest and not hurt us. I really believe so but Burks at point guard is hurting us.
Look,
Deuce at point guard won't hurt us for 10 minutes, but I think Burks can hurt us at point guard. And it hurts Burks because it's not his game. I'm sorry, Dan, but it's not his game.
No, and I was just gonna say I agree with you and with Ron about Bogdanovich starting, because not only that, we need that because it'll give Hart the rest that he needs right now. But two, as far as McBride, I could be wrong, but I see McBride possibly taking the same trajectory as Brunson did coming out of college. Because when Brunson came out of college, he wasn't balling the way he is now.
No.
He was a second round pick, and he progressed. He had the right, and I think McBride is in the right situation to learn from Brunson and to learn to be our backup. And that's why they see that. That's why they gave him that contract.
See, and I don't think. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Don. Very sorry.
And just to see where he goes, I think that he's going to grow and mature into, being similar, a similar path that Brunson took. I'm not saying he's going to be as good, but hopefully he will. But I see him taking that same path, and they need to give him the point guard minutes.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, I don't know. Look, first off, let me just say this: in the trade that the Knicks made, I did not want Alec Burks. Okay, but I know Alec Burks fits a need of what the Knicks kind of needed coming off the bench. Right? He is a guy that can get his own shot. He has done it in the past. I mean, if you're looking at him on paper, the guy shoots 40% from three, and he shoots 90% from the free throw line, and he's coming off your bench, and he knows the system, and you've seen him hit big shots and win 2 basketball games for Detroit. Why wouldn't I want him to come off my bench? You know what I mean? I'm just looking at it from that. But what I wanted was Bogdanovich, because I know Bogdanovich is a 20-point per game type scorer. He can do that. Is he struggling a little bit to find his way here? Yes. Is he up and down? He is an up and down shooter to begin with, but he's more consistent than not consistent. Like, he might have a couple stinkers here and there, but when he's on, he is fuego. You guys already saw he had a game where he shot perfect from three.
He can win a game for us.
Threes. Right.
He can win a game.
And you know what I mean? Like, that is important to me. That's why I wanted Bogdanovich. But the other thing I wanted to say, you guys are throwing, Burks is washed. This is, I'm going to tell you again, you go look in the mirror, man. Look in the mirror at what you guys were saying about Dante DiVincenzo to start the season, about Precious Achua when we first got him, about Jalen Brunson when he first became a Knick. It's the same stuff. You guys are doing it over and over again, and you're not giving guys a chance to acclimate to this team. And we already talked about guys playing out of position. You guys don't want to hear it. I know you're upset. I know you're mad that our team isn't winning, but you got to be real with it too. The other thing that I wanted to say, another reason why I want to say that Alec Burks is not washed. Once again, I said it. I did not want Alec Burks here, but if he came along with Bogdanovich, all right. I mean,
Okay,
look,
okay. We got
I'm
to do
okay
it.
with it,
Yeah.
right? But Alec Burks has had games already this year where he scored 22 points, 25 points, 27 points, 21 points, 33 points, 34 points. I don't want to keep
Yeah.
going, but you get my point. He's not
Yeah.
washed. He still has the ability, and we already saw that he was shooting at a high percentage. The other thing I wanted to tell you, because I don't know if you guys realize this, you guys know that the Detroit Pistons are one of the worst teams in the NBA, and they lost like 27 in a row, whatever it was. Do you know Alec Burks? Do you know how many games Alec Burks started?
Mm.
0, folks. He started 0 games for the Detroit Pistons. So when you bring up the Detroit Pistons lost 27 games in a row, when you say that, I'm talking about that he does impact winning and has big, he's had big fourth quarters in the past. He didn't start for Detroit. Alec Burks is not the reason why Detroit has lost 27 games in a row and was struggling all year. If anything, Detroit says they miss Alec Burks right now. They miss his locker room presence. They miss his winning attitude. They miss what he did for the club. So once again, don't say that because it's not true. He wasn't even starting for the team. So you can't put that on him. You just can't. I know you want to. You just can't. It's just not what it is. Like, he just wasn't that guy. You want to know how many minutes Alec Burks averaged on Detroit Pistons, who were and still are one of the worst teams? 21 minutes per game. He's averaging 17.9 with the Knicks. He averaged 21 on a team that had nobody over there. They're all stinking it up. He only played 21 minutes per game. Alec Burks is not the reason why that team stunk. So that's all I wanted to put out. I just wanted to point that out because I don't know if people think about that. I just think there's more to the story. Just give it some time. Oh, and another thing, because this is why I'm sorry, because things hit me at certain moments, things I want to say and I forget. Would I prefer to have Bogdanovich and Quentin Grimes here? 100%. Give me Bogdanovich and give me Quentin Grimes back. I'm a happy camper. But as someone said in the chat, Grimes wanted out. Grimes wanted his chance to be able to go somewhere else and be valued and continue to grow. Plus, next year is a contract year for Quentin Grimes. He already watched what happened with Cam Reddish here. He already saw what happened with Fournier and how it affects Fournier's bottom line sitting on the bench when he's in a contract year. Quentin Grimes is like, yeah, get me up out of here. Me and Tibbs aren't seeing eye to eye, really. I want to do this. He's forcing me to do that. Next year, I'm about to get paid. Put me somewhere else where I can fight for a chance to get my money. So we can't be mad at that. And that's all I'm saying, guys. I would love to have Grimes here instead of Burks and keep Bogdan. But it just doesn't work out that way.
And, Ron, I think, too, again, it goes back to, like you said, with the minutes over there in Detroit, what he played, they weren't asking him to do much but go in and play. I feel that Tibbs, again, is asking a lot more of him here, and that's why the pressure is on him.
Right.
If I may make a statement about that trade you were talking about, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I think the biggest mistake was getting rid of Flynn. Was he going to be of much use? No, but would he have been a little more versatile to use when compared to Burks if we just kept him while shipping out Grimes, Fournier, and those second-round picks to get Bogey? I would have been content, and instead of getting Burks back. Flynn is a much more valuable piece, and yet the front office chose to throw him away. And that's the whole point of that trade that got me upset.
But Parrish, You talking about the whole team is at fault for losing. You gonna tell me that the bench player that's averaging 21 minutes per game and is not one of the key pieces as far as usage is the reason why they lost the way they lost? And so if you want to give him credit for all the losses, you don't want to give him credit for the 2 games he won
Yeah.
single-handedly by hitting the shots in the fourth quarter and hitting the buzzer beaters?
He was like 4 for 5 in the fourth quarter,
What we doing here?
five
Come
five
on,
for
guys.
6 in the fourth quarter. He was his old self, Ron. Like you said, he won one game in Toronto for them, and he shot something like 4 for 5 in the fourth quarter and won
But then
the
again,
game for them. But he's not being played in his right position, in his right role, and this is a typical Tom Thibodeau thing.
Right.
and when was the
And that's
last time the
go ahead,
Pistons,
Matt. No, go ahead.
when was the last time the Pistons had any postseason relevancy? 15, 16, 16, 17? This has been a poverty team ever since guys like Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups, Rick Hamilton all left.
Right. But even that, like the Pistons aren't the issue here. And Burks
I'm
isn't
just
the issue
saying.
on the Pistons. Burks is a cog on that team. He's not a starter. I don't even think you want to call. I don't even know if he was the sixth man. Maybe he was the sixth man, but I don't even know if he was the sixth man on that team. Burks is just a piece. Like
I know,
he
I
wasn't
just-
like he's not even in their future plans. That's why they were able to trade him. He is just a piece for the Knicks too. The only reason why we even talking about Burks is because this Knicks is so hurt right now that we got to rely on this guy. Really, Burks should only be playing anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes a night and just spelling somebody when we need rest. If people get in foul trouble, that's all Burks should be doing for this team. He's an insurance piece. Problem is we're cashing in on our insurance right now. Our policy is, it's a little
the same
iffy.
thing when we brought Dodge back. Twice.
Oh man, I know, guys. I know it's easy to point the finger and blame certain guys because they're not the answer. And I will tell you before, as a Knicks fan who loves this team, I want us to have the best possible team we can put out there. Would I have loved to have the DeJounte Murray here? Yes. But would I be the same Knicks fan telling you I told you so when DeJounte comes here and starts balling out? We're like, look at how good he is, man. His defense is great. And then all of a sudden, OG Anunoby comes back healthy, and Julius Randle, say his injury wasn't as bad, he comes back healthy. And now DeJounte is like, the ball's going through Jalen, is going through Julius. OG's getting his spot up shots. And where's the ball coming to me, DeJounte Murray? I feel like I'm back in Atlanta. And then he starts to complain. And you Knicks fans are like, what? Why did we bring him here if he's just going to complain? We love him, but he's just complaining it. You'd be saying the same thing all over again. You're like, what's going on?
Right. I didn't know where the shots were going to come for him, Ron, if he came to the Knicks. I just said because remember, we want to keep OG, and one of OG's desires is he said he wants to be more involved in the offense than he was in Toronto. And here he has a chance, and he should be.
Right.
To me, he gives the Knicks versatility. If they want to get off Randall and go to a quicker style game where they move OG to the power forward, now he becomes a stretch four for sure, a real stretch four, because you can't leave him open on no corners. And we get a small forward like my man from this other Brooklyn Nets here,
Bridges.
Villanova. Yeah,
Oh, Bridges.
Bridges. Now imagine we have OG and Bridges
Right.
at the forward spots.
Right.
Yeah, because
Right.
Bridges would be the three.
Right. I hear you.
So
I mean, and that's the part of the reason why I'm like, honestly, if the Knicks are going to make a move and bring in another star type player here, honestly, I'm okay with Donovan Mitchell, because Donovan Mitchell, to me, the things that I already know about Donovan Mitchell is that he can score 27 to 28 points per game. I know he also is
And
a
it's
very
late.
underrated. He's an underrated facilitator. He gets
Yeah.
6-7 assists a game. I also know, yes, he might struggle on the defensive end, but according to Cavs fans and Cavs podcasts that I've been looking at in the past 2 weeks, he's been playing better defense this year. Okay,
Uh-huh.
that's good. That's a good sign, because you need to try to play defense for Tibbs, right? And the other thing that I know about Donovan Mitchell is, even if he's here and we have all the other guys that I mentioned, OG, Brunson, Randall, and the ball is being moved around and there's not a lot of usage for everybody, Donovan Mitchell don't complain. You know, no matter what he's going with, he's dealing with a knucklehead in Utah. He
And
don't complain. He don't say
see,
stuff.
he,
So I'm like, he's a good guy that can bring in here, won't upset, and you also love, he loves New York.
yeah.
So I like, he's a guy. I'm like, all right, he might be the fit. Even if
And
we
you
go out
get
and get Devin Booker. Devin Booker doesn't really complain a lot with Phoenix because that's his team. That's where he but if he goes to another team, he might, hey man, he might start
he don't want to
complaining.
come
You never
here.
know.
He don't
But
want to come here and get 10 shots, 10, 12
Ron,
shots.
Right.
He ain't gonna have it.
and
Yeah,
he's not a great defender, but I also think that he's an underrated defender, Donovan Mitchell. He's decent.
Okay.
And I think that if he came and played with Tibbs, I think that he might be a better defender.
Yeah, I agree with you, Don.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
that Tibbs does find a way to if you buy into what he's teaching you,
Yeah.
he finds a way to make you better in certain aspects. And as I said before, once again, don't take this out of context. I never said that Tibbs doesn't develop talent. What I said was Tibbs doesn't develop questionable talent or not marquee talent. But when he gets a star player and he knows what that player can do, he can definitely make those guys better. He finds a way to make those guys better or to focus on them and feature them. He's good at that.
OG
When he
was
knows what
playing
he-
like
yeah,
OG was playing like an all-star to me on the Knicks.
he was. He looked good. He looked
Dude,
good
he was
because
getting 20 points, 8 rebounds, blocks, everything. He was all
you know
over
what
the
it is.
place.
But once again, I'm not to shoot back at you. You know me, devil's advocate. But that's another thing to go back to what you said before. OG Anunoby, solid defender, leaves Toronto system, comes to the Knicks defensive system. Now he looks like an incredible defender.
And
Because with what Tibbs wants him to do and what he already has the ability to do,
look
goes
at
through the roof.
look at Achua's stock. Precious Achua. His stock has gone up ridiculously since he got here.
Right.
as a defensive talent. It's starting to, but he's starting to atrophy because of how quickly people are boxing him out.
Hey, Ron,
Parrish, you got me laughing
Ron,
today, Parrish.
Does he think we brought Bogo over here to play defense? Is he serious?
No, come on.
Is
I hope
Parrish
nobody
serious?
thinks that. I hope
We brought
nobody
Bogo
thinks
over here to be a defensive stopper. Like you said, he ain't like terrible. He ain't great, but he's serviceable. I mean, he's coming off the bench. He's going to be playing against the other team's subs.
even that's a good idea, John. Listen, if it's one of those things where the Knicks strike out on all of these other players, and I'm talking about the Knicks really want to make a trade for somebody, and they can't get a Donovan, they can't get whoever, they can't get Booker, and you already know what's the issue with all these bigs around the league getting hurt. Unless you decide you want Karl Anthony Towns, which I'm still on the fence about that. But you know what? If Julius is going to be with a hurt shoulder and getting surgery, and Hartenstein is going to leave the free agency, and Mitch is a question mark, maybe Cat is the answer. I don't know. But Desmond Bane is a guy that I would say, I know he plays defense. I know he can shoot the three. I know he's learned how to get his own shot. He's been a guy who can still give you 18 to 20 points and even a little bit more when Ja Morant has been out. He's been forced to carry the load. Do I think he's the number one? No. Do I think he's a really good number two? Yeah, I think he's a good number two. So yeah, Desmond Bane would be a good answer too. And you know, he comes with defense. So I wouldn't be mad at him. So
Right.
just throwing that out there.
Let me ask you a question, and I ask everybody: do we honestly think that the Knicks are going to win a chip this year?
Not. I mean, if I'm being honest, no.
Okay.
Not now.
So
I think so. I thought so.
Oh, I know. Prior to them getting,
Yeah,
hurt.
prior to the
yes,
injuries.
I did. I was feeling good about it. Yes.
But right now, do we honestly think that they could win a chip this year?
I still think they can. Remember, we went to the finals as an 8th seed.
Yeah, and I understand that part, but think about this. Earlier, AA, you were worried about them beating Cleveland. So do we really think that we could beat Boston and Denver right now? Right at this point, that's why I'm not worried about it, and I know that I'm gonna be more worried about what we do in the off season to make next season better.
Right. I mean, that's fair. I would say I thought before we got hurt, I didn't know
before.
if we were going to win a championship, but I thought we were making the Eastern Conference Finals. I thought.
So did I. But that was before the injuries.
Yeah, before the injuries. That's correct. But now knowing with the injuries and just knowing how tough it is for them to play, knowing that the NBA has already found out a good way to stop the Knicks, and that shows you how good Brunson is, because I don't care what nobody says. Brunson is a star, and he's shown it by getting double, triple teams, dealing with health issues, and still putting up numbers.
And
Yes,
still
sometimes
putting
the
up numbers.
efficiency can go down. He's still putting up numbers. And then there was killing Brunson the other day. Dude had 27 points and he's calling his own number. He had 12 assists. Like, what are we talking about? Like, we got to calm down, folks. The only reason why Brunson isn't getting more assists on certain nights is his guys were not shooting well. The other night he had 5 assists. But then you look at the rest of the team. We shot 30%, 34% from the field. We shot 30% from three.
Terrible.
Like, you're not getting assists if guys ain't knocking down the shots when you pass them the ball.
Exactly.
Like, we got to relax, man. We got to calm down.
That last show, I was kind of glad I wasn't on, because I was listening to them, say all that about Brunson. I'm like, how could he play great the whole season, have one bad game, and then right away, he's worthless. He's doing too much. But when he's doing everything that he's doing and is going in, he's the next savior. You got to make up your mind. Nobody's perfect. We have to,
and that's what happens, Dan. The other thing too is, with any player that is supposed to be a star type in this league, when other guys on your team are out, you're supposed to step up and carry the load. So you're expected to do more than you normally do, which requires you to be more selfish. Tell Michael Jordan not to be selfish and pass the ball. Tell Kobe Bryant not to take the last shot or call his own number in the fourth quarter of games. Come on. These guys know what they need to do. And it took LeBron James a few seasons to understand that I'm good at facilitating, passing the ball, and finding the right guy, but I need to start learning how to take the last shot. And once he did that, he started to win championships. Okay? Because he needed to understand, look, I can pass the ball to guys, but really, I got to take the last shot. If it's not me, then it's not happening. All right? You pass the ball when it forces you to. If the double or the triple team comes, then you got to do it. But LeBron had to start calling his own numbers. Everybody in the NBA, and I know some people are younger in the chat, maybe they don't remember. But if you go back, you can't really. That's the thing. Unless you lived it, sometimes you don't realize this. LeBron used to get torn apart all the time because he was always passing the ball. People like, take the shot. You're not a real leader if you don't take the shot.
Yeah.
Not taking the shot. Okay. Until he started taking the shot, that's when he started winning championships. That's all I'm saying. Okay. All right. So just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, I don't have too much more, guys, but I just think that the panic button is here, right? We are panicking a little bit because we're still questioning when we're going to get guys back. And if we get guys back, how long is it going to take them to gel so we can kind of get back to playing somewhat decent basketball? Can we get close to what we were playing in January? I don't know. But we're going to need that if we want to go into the playoffs and actually do something. It's a little scary right now. And knowing that these guys, like, there's just too many injury concerns. Even DiVincenzo, who is out there playing now, hammy injuries are lingering injuries. You can build it up and get it strong, but they come back. So it's a lot. It's a lot going on. That's all.
And because Tibbs is playing him like he's not injured, people are forgetting that he's actually playing injured. But we're still busting his chops because he's not playing or shooting like he was. But he's playing injured, and he's playing all these minutes. You know what I mean? That's the whole point. Even Alex Burks, you made my point for me, Ron. Even Alex Burks. Alex Burks is playing the way he is because of the way he's being used. Bogo is playing the way he is because of the way he's being used. We're lucky because OG is who he is. He is defensive minded. He was playing defense before he got with Tibbs. You know what I mean? So defense being required for him is just fine. You know what I mean?
Well,
but my whole thing with him is, Ron, I don't hate Tom Thibodeau. I'm very grateful for what he's done for the Knicks for the past few years. But I think he's a deterrent for us taking the next step, because part of your team development is also getting these young players some minutes, man, some work. So when they get on the court, like Don said, happen to Toppin, it doesn't happen because they have the experience.
You might be right. I'm not saying you're wrong about that, because that has been the biggest knock. No matter what team Tibbs has had, is can he take a team to the next level? He has great regular season records. He changes the culture. He turns teams around. But can he take them to the next level? And that we don't know. We just don't know if that's the case. If he can do that, and every time we think we have a really good shot at seeing if it can happen, something else happens. Now we're dealing with all these injuries and people being hurt. It's like you can't win for trying sometimes.
It's
I hope
more
the
like-
Knicks. Go ahead, Mets.
It's more like he says he's making all these sacrifices for this team, and the fan base isn't grateful. Well, there's a reason some of us aren't grateful. It's because you sacrificed the team. You in-man twit. You're the one who grinds this team to the dust, causes multiple amounts of injuries with his play style, stagnates younger players until they're rusted and useless because you don't put any faith in these kids. And then sooner or later, it becomes a running gag with you.
Well,
and these injuries are fatigue-based injuries. To back you up, Mets, these injuries, Achilles injury, pulling hamstrings, things like that, these are fatigue-based injuries. They happen when you're tired.
Well, listen, if OG Anunoby comes back in the next week or two and doesn't miss a beat and plays throughout the regular season and into the playoffs and is healthy, a lot of this will be forgotten. A lot of we bought a lemon, you know what I mean, will be forgotten for now. And I hope that that's the case, because I would hate for that to be the narrative with him. And we just got to hope for the best. We just got to hope that some of these guys can come back and start to contribute. I would love to see, really, the person I really want to see back, if I'm being honest with you guys, I have already said, we've talked about this, and I've said that I think Randall is the biggest difference maker because of what he can do out there and how that helps Brunson. But if Randall's not healthy and he's not knocking down those shots because he's going to be limited, then we're in trouble, right? The other thing is, but OG's defense is a really big help. But I'm going to go back to what I've always said about Tom Thibodeau. The biggest, most important person for this Knicks team to get back is Mitchell Robinson, because Tibbs' team is from the center outwards. His whole defense revolves around the big man. And when you don't have an adequate big man, his system is not, it breaks down. You know what I mean? It's not what it's intended to be, because he gives up the three-point shot. Notice how the three-point shot wasn't hurting us as much once we got OG, because OG is a really good perimeter defender and a really good defender overall. So he was helping get out there, and then other guys were following his lead. But technically, even if we didn't have OG, we give up the threes. But if you come inside, we shut you down. Without having that guy to shut you down, without having iHeart shutting guys down because he's a little hurt and banged up, without having Mitch to shut guys down, the Knicks team defensive concept breaks down. And that's where we're at. So we need Mitch back in the worst way, in my opinion. Well, even more than other guys, to be honest.
Well, Ron, I agree with you for the fact that Hartenstein's doing a great job, but who is backing up Hartenstein? And
I agree.
The last game, that's what killed us. They out rebounded us.
But you know what? But I'll let you finish, Dan. But to your point, Hartenstein didn't look good in that last game either. Like, he really didn't look like himself.
He's still hurt. He's still playing hurt.
Yeah, he's doing more than he has to. So you think about that. When we had both of them, the paint was being protected better. And with all that being said and done, the last game we got out rebounded, and it wasn't just a normal out rebounded by 5 or 6. It was like I think it was like 15 or 20 if I'm not mistaken. And they were getting to the paint. You know, Golden State was getting.
Wait, hold on. Say that again. That last part about the out rebounding.
They out rebounded us, if I'm not mistaken, by like 15 rebounds.
No. Actually, here's the funny thing about these Knicks. It didn't seem like it, so I hear what you're saying. But no, we out rebounded them. It was 56-53.
Okay.
But it just didn't seem like it, because the thing with these Knicks is they're dominant on the boards. We have enough boards that it shows our presence, and it really makes a difference each game, whether it be at least an 8 to 10 difference or even more. And in this game, we only out rebounded them by 3, and plus, since we shot so bad, that's the recipe for a loss.
And see, and the problem is Sims right now, he's looking like Mitch did in his first couple years, where he was making too many dumb fouls.
Experience.
Yeah,
experience.
It's the experience.
You don't play, you don't get the experience.
No,
this is
but
my whole
right
thing.
now, Sims is at the same point that Mitch was in his earlier years, and Sims will develop too.
And I will say, I'm starting to see, Sims has shown that he looks a little lost out there still, but there's some moments where Sims does some other things that you're like, okay, that's interesting. If he can Sims is another person who's an introvert who is lacking confidence. He's another one that still needs to continue to work and build on the confidence as he plays. And it's the same thing I was saying about Deuce the other day on NBK. I was like, Knicks fans are talking about Deuce in a really good light. Like, he needs more minutes. He has his internal confidence where he's worked on his shot and he's shooting better at the 3, and now he's knocking it down. But if Knicks fans would continue to big him up in public on social media, because he looks at social media, that leads to, because this has never been here before. We have never really talked seriously about, man, Tom Thibodeau needs to find more minutes for Deuce McBride. We said it years ago because, he's a young rook. We need to see what we got. No, but now we see Deuce can play. He needs more minutes. And I think that goes a long way to help him.
He's earned his minutes.
Yes, correct. I agree.
Before
100%.
We just wanted to see what he could do, but now he's actually earning them.
Right. Correct. Agreed. Shout out to my guy Stafford Don in the building. Don't let him fool you. Oh no. What up, Stafford? Appreciate you, brother. Good to see you. And appreciate everybody in the chat. Listen, if you haven't already smashed that like button, please smash that like button for the show, man. Yeah, it don't cost you nothing, but it definitely helps us out here. And as I always say, if you're unfamiliar with it, it looks a little something like this. Yes, that's that like button. And obviously, if you want to support the show, by all means, buy me a coffee. It works. I drink a lot of coffee. I had coffee today. I could always use another coffee. So, don't be afraid. And the link is in the chat. You can see it if that's what you want to do. But I just want to say thank you guys for being here and rocking. This is another show. I mean, we got to talk about this stuff. It's we got to deal with it, man. As Knicks fans, we're going through it right now. It's tough. And it really sucks. I said it on MBK. As a Knicks fan, you feel like you're constantly defending your team because we know we're a good team. We just hurt. We were playing great, the best team in the NBA. On defense and offensively, we were rocking and rolling in January. And now
I was pinching myself. Is this real?
Right? Yeah,
is OG really in the Knicks?
But isn't that the Knicks? Isn't that the Knicks AA? Isn't this the Knicks to you to be pinching yourself? Wow, we 15-2 in January. We're the best team in basketball. And then this guy's hurt. This guy's hurt. Wait, what? This guy's hurt. Wait, what? What are you doing? Like, you're like, how can we go from this to that so quickly?
You almost feel like, the balloon getting blown up. You're like, man, look how pretty the balloon is. And then they let it go and it just.
Or take a pin and pop. But then again, under Thibodeau, February has been our worst month. I mean, 21-22, how many games did we win in that month? Just one. And it was a fluke win against Golden State. This year, we only won 4 in February.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't argue with the facts on that, Mets. When you're right, you're right. Yes, yes. Don't listen to and ignore BSPN. You got to put that B in front of the SPN there, Gideon. Let's go, G Money. Shout out to Trish D in the building. Salute. He. I don't want to say he or she, whoever
Oh,
you
here
may
we go.
be.
Here we go.
iHeart
Here we
hasn't
go.
been same since January. Well,
No
it's
kidding.
true, but
No
that's the
kidding.
Achilles. That's the Achilles.
Achilles, you
That's
need
the
to
Achilles.
sit down, period. Because each and every time you stand up or move on an Achilles tendon that's hurt, you re-injure it. There's no doubt about it. You're going to re-injure it. It's not like a knee where you can wrap it or ice it or whatever. It's there until it heals. You're gonna keep re-aggravating it. You know what I mean?
And once you rip the tendon, what's left? Surgery to have it reattached with a hook.
And you're
Shout
never
out to
the
John
same.
Smith. Thank you for
You're
tuning
never
in
the same. You're never
and
the
being
same.
in the chat. Agreed. I hear
Never
you.
say.
iHeart Achilles tendonitis worsens with use, and he is in a contract year. And if his Achilles tears, will ruin his chances at a multi-year contract. That's very true. I mean, and it could point to a little bit of Parrish's conspiracy theory that iHeart's not really pushing it. And listen, if I was iHeart, I wouldn't be pushing it too much.
That's
I would go out there
crazy,
and try to help
man.
my team, but I'm
How
not
can you
going.
not be
I don't want
pushing
my
it playing
Achilles to
40
snap.
minutes?
I'm not.
How
I don't
can
want my
you be
Achilles
not
to
pushing
snap.
it and play 40 minutes?
Yeah.
How can you
That's
not
the
be
problem.
pushing it play 40 minutes? Two games in a row.
You're right.
Exactly. And I agree with Double A. You know, I could understand if he was taking the Kawhi Leonard route, but he's not.
True. Shout out to Slim Slammer. Thank you for being here, and salute to you, rocking in the show. JM3 is in the building. Salute. Yes, hit that like on the way in. You know what I'm saying. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for being here and rocking with us, man. Yeah, guys, look, it's just one of them things where the Knicks is just going through it. It's just a constant struggle. But this is the last question I want to ask on our way out of here.
Okay.
Is
Yeah.
the season over for the Knicks? That's the question, guys. You guys, like, I know it's the point of panicking, and you know we know we're going through stuff, but you know what I mean. Let's just, it is what it is right now. Let's talk about it. Is this season over for the Knicks?
Can I go first?
Go ahead,
Because
Double A.
I got to bounce, fellas.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure, D, Mets, Ron, always. If we get, I don't know if you guys seen that report that came out yesterday, but LG did have that evaluation where they said that he was going to have at the end of March 1st, he was going to be reevaluated to see where he was and if they were going to allow him to resume basketball activities. And he was allowed, he was passed. So now he's shooting again. He's on the court. So my feeling is, look, you mentioned Ron, that the most important person is to get back Randall. I disagree because automatically we know Randall is not going to be anywhere near 100%. He's just not. It's just not physically able for him to be 100%. That being said, the most important player to me is OG Anunoby because not only does he bring perimeter and interior defense that we badly are missing right now, but he can definitely pick up the scoring. He can definitely take pressure off of Brunson at a better and more efficient rate than Randall. Randall is indispensable. I don't argue with that. And when he's 100%, he's a bull in the China. I mean, we need him. He's our record. But if he's less than 80%, is a big chance he could be hurting us more than helping us because then he's going to resort to being 3-point Randall and not bruiser Randall. And not we need rebounding because, you know, the playoffs, man, it's one in the paint. All right. Miami lost to Denver because they couldn't rebound. They got out rebounded. They got killed on the boards. Okay. So what I'm saying is if we get OG Anunoby back, I think we're going to be just fine because that's going to give us more time to get Mitch back or get Isaiah back in the flow. And that's another thing. We get OG back, then Tibbs should make some adjustments and maybe start Precious at center a few games and back him up with Sims to rest Isaiah and let him get that Achilles to a point where he can come in and play like he was playing before. Because to me, people were talking about who should we start when Mitch comes back, Isaiah or Mitch, because Isaiah was playing so well on both ends of the court. He made it so that they had to play as 5-on-5. And that's the whole thing. And the reason why I think we can win a championship, if we get the guys, we get Randall back and OG back, and Isaiah back, you cannot double team anybody on the Knicks and leave them open unless you want to get burned.
Yeah.
I agree.
In my view, I don't think the season is over just yet. But still, it depends on how healthy everyone gets back at. Because when the initial injuries for Randall and OG came out, I was suspicious. I mean, I looked up OG's. It would have taken the maximum of 6 weeks for him to get healthy, and it looks like it is going to be that max of 6 weeks. I was hoping it would be the minimum of 3. That is the case.
Well, that's why they give you a figure. You know, it could be wherever, you know.
Randall, on the other hand, it feels like the goalpost constantly keeps getting pushed back with him.
Right.
And I'm getting fed up with this front office flat out lying, sugarcoating, sweeping the severity under the rug instead of coming out and letting us get the panic mode out of our systems.
Well, the problem is in any team, at least most organizations, they are going to try to deflect and deter the fan base from panicking, because then you want the organization to panic. Then you want the organization to make a move or make a trade or do something because you want to win now, which is fair. That's how it is.
I'm just saying I'm not a fan of front offices who are overkill people pleasers who will do everything to quick fix or cover up certain things.
Right. Well,
question for you. Do you think it would hurt if we actually signed Marcus Morris Jr.? I mean, that would be great insurance if Randall can't come through, and that takes the pressure off of us trying to push him to come through, because we can force him, and you know how Randall is because you spoke on it, Ron. Randall will play, will push it. But, you know, we're not doing him a favor if he goes out there and next thing you know, he's out for the season and out for part of next year because he's having this big old major surgery because he busted his shoulder. But what the front office can do is they can look ahead and say, you know what, signing Marcus Morris, we do have a 15th roster spot available. Let's sign Marcus Morris for insurance. If we don't need him, we need him.
I think that's why they sent those 2 players to the G League, because that might be coming.
Good.
You know.
Yeah, I think something's going to be happening soon.
And I think that's why they sent Toppin and Charlie Brown to the G League, because something's coming. Or but with that being said, like you were saying, is the season over? It depends on what your expectations were. If you thought we were going to win the chip this year or make it to at least to the championship, yeah, it might be over. But if your expectation was playoffs, second round, no, I don't think so.
Well, yeah, and that's I just want to throw out there, Dan, my expectations before the season started was second round.
Yeah.
Just to get back there again and see what happens.
Yep. And like you said, when we were playing this season, I thought we were going to make it either to the Eastern Conference Finals or even win the Eastern Conference Finals the way we were playing. But right now, my expectation, you know, make it to the playoffs, to the second round, you know, and focus on keep doing what they're doing, what the front office is doing, building a better team.
Right. Right. And I ain't going to lie to you, though. I'm telling you what my true expectations were to start the season. I just wanted to get back to the second round. And then,
me too.
You know, we'll see what happens after that.
That was with that team. That was with that team, right?
Right.
Yep.
But in January, after I saw what we did and then I was thinking ECF. So now I was like, well, we could. This team
So
could
was
get
I.
to the Eastern Conference. So that's But now, obviously, I gotta lower those expectations. But I'll be okay if the Knicks can just get back to the playoffs. Right? Definitely, they got to get out of the first round because I think we're too good of a team not to get out of the first round in the playoffs. Well, I think we've stepped up. So if you don't get out of the first round, now you're going backwards, in my opinion. But if we
Yeah.
can get back to the second round, the season is not a dud. It's actually another good season. It just was taken away from us because it could have been better, but we started
Yeah,
to get injured. Yeah.
because
But I definitely think we got to get back to the second round
because we
in order
didn't
for us to say it's a good season.
we didn't reach our potential.
Correct.
But
Correct.
I still think even with that, like I said, I agree with everything you said. The only thing is if we lose in the first round and it's because we're not completely healthy,
Yeah. That's
it's,
tough.
it's
I know.
different. If we're
Right.
completely healthy and we lose in the first round, it's different than if we're not.
But it
Somebody
also
got to
depends on
go.
who. It
Somebody
also
got to
depends on
go.
who we lose to. Because
Yeah.
if we play like like Orlando or Indiana in the first round, even if we're not fully healthy, but we have a team similar to this, and like Mitch comes back or something, I'll be upset. I'm gonna be upset. I'm telling you right. But if we lose to like we get the bad draw and we play Boston in the first round and we lose, yeah. What are we gonna do? Boston is rocking and roll. I know y'all don't like to hear it. Boston is a damn good team. So
Yeah.
it is what it is.
See,
Now, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. All right. If we get the whole team back, say we get Mitch and we get OG back, right? And they add, say, a Marcus Morris, and we start playing well, and we make the first round of the playoffs. We don't make the play-in, right? What if we lose? But what if we have to go to the play-in with a full team and we still lose? We still lose to Indiana or the Magic or somebody like that, not to a Milwaukee or Philadelphia or Boston.
You know what's going to happen? I mean, even though I'm saying what I'm saying, I'll be upset, Double A. But the front office ain't going to look at it like we look at it. They're going to say this is only because guys got hurt. These guys came back, didn't have enough time to gel and get the chemistry, and they were forced to play one game, do or die situation, and the cards just didn't fall in our lap. And they're going to look at it like that, and they're going to go to war next season with the best possible roster and say last year was a fluke. It turned out bad in the end. Because honestly, that's the truth. Because that's another thing that we have talked about is even if we get everybody back healthy, if they don't come back healthy with enough time to kind of get some gelling going on, like if they all come back and there's like 2 games left in the season and we're going straight into a play-in or even the playoffs, that's not good. Like you got to get guys back up to speed, back into game shape, how to play. We got 2 new players over here. Everybody's kind of you got to have at least 4 or 5 games to kind of get, and you might need more, but at least 4 or 5 games to kind of get acclimated and comfortable with each other, so people can start playing off of each other. This is not it's not a science, but it does have to have some type of. And if you don't think gelling and chemistry is important, I love to say this, and I know I'm like a broken record with a guy, but
I'm hopping
with
off
guy,
now.
it's
Later.
always Miami. I
All
hear
right,
you,
Mets.
Mets. All right,
All right,
brother.
Mets.
Miami Heat, man. A whole month of looking bad, putrid with the big 3. After that month, it took off. This year, the best example, the Los Angeles Clippers. They get James Harden. They stink. They look like trash. Look at them now. You need time to gel and for people to understand their roles and how they fit, and for other players to know what makes you better on this team. What do you like to do, and we figure out how we play off of each other. I don't care if the guys were on the team earlier before they got hurt. When you come back to a team after being out, you have to get the gelling again. It doesn't take as long because you already know how you played earlier, but you still need time to get back to your spots on the court, where you like the ball, how's my shot falling, how do I start opening up, how did I draw the double team like I was drawing it before to get a pass to somebody. Like you got to do all that stuff again. That's just basketball. Craig had a question. Let me see something. Let me read this first before I get into Craig's question. Okay. All right. So let me get to Craig's question, then I'll get to Trish D's super chat. Ron, if we don't get to the second round, in your opinion, should Tom get fired? Once again, goes back to the same thing we were just talking about. There's about, hold on, do I have it up? Yeah. Knicks are 35 and 25, right? So we played 60 games. So there's 22 games left. If we get everybody back healthy and there's 5 games left in the season, you mean to tell me Tom Thibodeau played with a roster of this, having 3 guys out for this extended period of time, having 4 guys out for this amount of time, and you're going to blame Tom Thibodeau for the roster that he's throwing out there when you've already given him the type of players he likes and you saw how good it was when everybody was healthy? I get it. I know, but I'm just telling you, just look at it from a front office standpoint. I gave you the players you wanted. When those guys were out there playing, you had them playing well. You had them as the best basketball team in the NBA, and they were 15-2. Then when they got hurt, you were scrambling to figure out ways to do things. Maybe I didn't like what you were doing, but I understand that you didn't have enough horses to really fight and be adequate. The front office is going to give him another shot, guys. They're not going to fire him because it's not like he decided to start coaching differently, and because of it, we lost. No, guys got hurt. And even we got 2 guys on the team that are playing hurt. Actually, 3, if you want to count Brunson, because I still think Brunson is banged up. But DiVincenzo is hurt.
And so it's hard.
Hartenstein is hurt. So
it's hard.
Like this is tough. I don't know, guys. I think Tom Thibodeau, first off, this is not the last year of Tom Thibodeau's deal. He's got 1 more year. As I said before, no matter what happens, Tom Thibodeau is playing until the end of his contract. And then I think they're going to go with Johnny Bryant. But that's just my thought.
Right. One, I don't think that he's lost the team. If he lost the team, that would be a different story. Those guys, they respect him. And, that I think that's what's going to keep him there. Like you said, I think that they'll possibly go with Johnny Bryant afterwards. But you think about everybody's fire him. Besides Johnny Bryant, who really is out there to take over for him?
Kenny Atkinson.
And see,
you see what Brown did after he did that assistant coach stint with Golden State, what he's doing with Sacramento. Kenny Atkinson, he's the type of coach I like because not only can he coach veterans, he can coach young guys.
Yeah, but again,
he gets the best out of players.
He really hasn't shown me that he's going to get us any further than Tibbs. I really don't see. So it's like somebody they told me.
I'll give you another name.
Who's that?
You want another name? Of Tom Boldenhauser. He wanted
Budenhauser.
He should have been our coach instead of Fizdale. He was going to be hired, but then at the last minute they flip-flopped and picked Fizdale.
Fizdale should have never been hired. That was horrible.
Because they thought Fizdale was going to get us LeBron and them guys because he was buddy with them. But that's the whole reason why.
Budenholzer, Mike Budenholzer would be good, but always remember, 1 in the hand is better than 2 in the bush. You always think the grass is greener on the other side, but it might not, always work out.
It might be.
Well, you know what? That it is what it is, man. I don't think.
But I'm with you, Ryan. I don't think he's going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere. You may not like some of the things he's doing, but he's got.
Not going right.
He
should.
Got some stuff that's
if you look at Game 1 in the playoffs against Miami, that should tell you that he should not be the Knicks coach.
Well, fellas, you guys be good. I got to get up out of here.
You too, brother.
All right, my brother. Hey,
everybody be good.
Have a good week, bro.
Man. Thank you.
You too.
God bless.
Hey,
God bless.
God bless you, everybody. Talk to you soon.
All right, brother. I know you got to roll too, Double A.
Yeah, bro. It was something as always. Always a pleasure, bro. And I appreciate it.
I hear you. I'm out of here. I'm gonna make sure I answer this super chat and then I'm out of here. So.
All right, brother. Let's go get it, man. Bro. Let's get a W tomorrow.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Try it.
I hear you. Yeah, we got to. All right, bro. So yeah, I mean that's the whole thing. I just don't think that anything would happen with Tibbs in that case. And I don't think the season is over either. That's just a quick down and dirty answer to that. I don't think the season is over. I didn't really get into the game preview for tomorrow, Knicks versus Cavs, because I just don't know what to expect, man. I really don't. I don't want to go out there and tell you that I think the Knicks are going to win the game. It would be great if they do win the game, but I'm really like the Cavs are playing very good basketball. They are almost 100% healthy, almost. They probably got some banged up injuries, but their key players are all playing well. And one of their best players is not even playing his best, and they're winning despite him. I'm talking about Garland. Garland has been struggling, and they're playing great basketball, even though he's been struggling. So, yeah, I don't know. Let me pull this up real quick. Shout out to Trish D. Thank you for the generous super chat. Thoughts on changing the starting lineup? Bogey to start. Josh Hart with Deuce to balance out the squads. Both squads need to be defensively effective, and Sims needs to go to hoop. Until he presents as a scoring threat, he's not drawing attention they need. Yeah, that's very true. Sims does need to learn to be a little bit more aggressive. He's got a couple moves. We saw one move in the last game. We're like, okay, Sims. And we've seen him do a couple things in the past. He's got better feet than a lot of our big men. Hartenstein's got good feet too, but Sims has got good feet. It's just about his confidence and understanding where to be and what to do out there. And then I'm with you. I said it before. I don't know if you were here when I started saying it. I think that Tibbs might want to consider changing up the starting lineup and putting Bogdanovich in the starting lineup and moving Josh Hart to the bench. And I know that that's a little bit of a defensive issue, but I think the Knicks need to take the pressure off of Jalen Brunson and also help Dante DiVincenzo by having another scoring option out there to keep the defense honest so that our guys can start to go back to work. Like Brunson will be opened up a little bit because if Bogey knocks down a shot in that corner, teams already know the scouting report on Bogey is when he gets hot, he is a flamethrower. So I definitely would like to see Bogey out there with the starting lineup for now until we can get some more health. Because I don't know. I think Tibbs is trying different things and they're not working. So let's try that. So thank you once again, Trish, for the generous super chat. And I agree. I think maybe now's the time to make a change, at least for the interim, until we can get more people back healthy. Craig says, can we get to 100 likes, guys? Yes. Can we? I don't know if there's enough people here to do that, but if there's anybody who is here that hasn't liked the show, if you can please hit that like button, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. We're at 76 likes, so that would be great if you could do that before I get out of here. Jay from PR says we match up good with the Cavs, even injured. Yeah, we always give the Cavs a good run for their money. I know that they are playing very confident basketball right now. They look good, and those 3-point acquisitions they've made are looking really good. I don't know. Tomorrow could be a tough one, guys. I'm just telling you. I don't want to say we always want to go into every game thinking that we can win and we have a good shot and we're going to fight till the end. Remember what the mantra is. It doesn't change. All heart, no quit. That's what it is. This Knicks team has to go out there and show that we will fight, claw, and scrap to get a victory and don't give up. Just keep fighting. But it is going to be a tough game against a Cleveland Cavalier team that is very confident and playing well. Because remember, on paper, Cleveland has always had a better team than us until this year. And this year, if we're healthy, we might, we look good. But in the past, they've always had a better team. We just outplayed them. In going into the playoffs, first round against Cleveland, they didn't think the Knicks was going to win. They had us as the underdog. Cleveland was favored. They were the number one defense going into the playoffs. But we outplayed them and we shut down their bigs, which was key. But their bigs are playing well this year. And their young bigs have another year under their belt and they're learning better. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. Oh no, you're okay, Trish. I appreciate that. No, but it's okay because we're thinking along the same lines. I think at this point, you know what I mean? They need to probably switch things up. What's it going to hurt? We're already losing basketball games and playing guys 47 minutes. Like, what are we doing? Got to try something different. Yeah, I mean, as fans, we can go into the game thinking that it's going to be tough and we may lose, but we got to think that there's a chance we could win. As players, they got to go into the game thinking every game they play, they can win, or else it won't happen. So hopefully the players think they have a chance to win. Shout out to my guy, Allah Wise. What's good, Allah? He said Miami went to the finals from the play-in. That's the worst case scenario, but we know when healthy what we can do. Got to play it out. That's a fact. Just got to, you don't know what's going to happen. And another thing, guess what, guys? You know another thing that's been happening around the league? Teams have been struggling with injuries. Their big players have been going down. The other day, I saw Anthony Edwards got hurt, but thankfully he came back in the second half. Anything could happen. You never know. And guess who, another team that's been fairly healthy, knock on wood, because I don't wish anything bad on any of these teams, Boston. Boston could get a bad injury or something in the next 20 games or so going into the playoffs. I'm not wishing for that. I'm just telling you, anything could happen. So, and then other teams can be struggling the way we're struggling. Cleveland has guys on the team that are injury prone. Even Donovan Mitchell gets hurt here and there. Anything can happen. Yeah. That's about it, guys. Once again, I want to thank you guys for tuning in, being here, and rocking with me. It's been another good show. Takeaways from today's show: the Knicks are not finished. The season is not over. We got injured players that will possibly come back. They may not be 100% when they get here, but hopefully they can do enough to help us towards getting victories again. The Knicks have a lot of questions in the offseason as to who they can put their money on. And I think it was Craig or Parrish, or maybe both, who asked about how do I feel about paying $60 million to a player dealing with a hurt Achilles. I don't think it's going to happen. So there you go. You heard it here first, guys. I don't think Isaiah Hartenstein is going to be a Knick after this year. I think the Knicks are going to try to re-sign OG. They're going to try to make a trade to bring in another star. And I think they're going to give the money to Precious instead of Hartenstein, because Precious has shown them enough that they're like, he's cheaper, he's effective, and with a healthy Mitch being back, we'll have to go to war with that instead of iHeart. Sorry to say it, but that's what I think is going to happen. And that's only one of the question marks for the off season. There'll be more, but we don't have to get there yet. We can wait to talk about that later. There's going to be some question marks. Other things that I think came out of today's show: fans don't like Burks. They think he's washed. Fans think Bogey is not that good or maybe washed too, some fans. But I think that they are both better and will be better going forward. They're playing out of position. Oh, they're not being used correctly by Tibbs right now. So that's what I'll say. And I think that's pretty much it, guys, for the most part. And we also talked about BSPN and how they are what they are, a soap opera with storylines. And believe me, I know that they are a soap opera with storylines. I'm not going to tell you why I know, because I'm not trying to affect anybody else, but there's a lot of scripted stuff. So, yeah, that's that. All right, guys. Thank you once again for being here and rocking. Shout out to Mets. Shout out to Dan. Shout out to Double A. Thank you guys for joining me on today's show. Appreciate you guys in the chat. You've been great. I know it's tough. I look at the numbers. I see the numbers for viewership is going down on all of the Knicks shows because we're not winning, because we don't look good. People aren't as excited. I appreciate you guys for coming out and showing love and supporting the show, knowing that we are dealing with all this stuff. It's looking a little doom and gloom, guys, but remember, there might be some light at the end of the tunnel. There's some answers right around the corner that can help us. So please don't give up on this team. Remember what we were the past few years. Remember how we got to this point. Just give it a little time, man. Hopefully we can right the ship and at least go out there and make a good run at it. You know what I mean? Hope for the best, guys. And the other thing is, as much as I understand the panic is starting to set in, don't do this.
Let's see if I know the ledge.
Don't jump out that window. All right? Take it easy. You know what I mean? Relax. It's not time yet. Not time yet, Craig. Not time yet. When you say stuff like that, it makes it seem like you're
See if I know the ledge.
jumping right out that window. Calm down. We okay. Not same old Knicks yet. Because same old Knicks would be the team going out there with the same players, and now all of a sudden we can't play basketball, we can't play defense, we're not scoring, we're not winning the way we normally win. The fact that we're hurt and we don't have the same squad and we're forcing other guys to play out of position and we got other guys that are new to the team and still trying to get acclimated, but we need them to step up and they're not able to step up yet because they're still trying to find their way on this team and understand how like Tibbs likes to use guys and how the team likes to play, and also learning how to play with Jalen Brunson and how, because let me tell you something, that's another thing I failed to mention before with Alec Burks. When Alec Burks was here, it was a different team. This is a different team. We move differently, and he's still got to find his role here. It ain't the old thing, I put on the uniform, I go into the locker room, I know what to expect. No, we're not the same Knicks. So he got to learn how to rock with these Knicks. All right. I think that's enough, guys. Yeah, I think that's enough. Appreciate you guys. I know it's tough. We're gonna get through it, guys. Parrish never been on me like this today. B, pause. It's gonna be okay, Parrish. Craig, you know how we do, brother. We're gonna be all right. He said the worst team I've seen this year is the February Knicks. Jesus. All right. Well, I stalled enough. We got to the 4-hour mark. I'm out of here. Thank you, guys. Good luck to the Knicks tomorrow. Let's go, Knicks. And remember, no matter what happens in the end, we still Knicks fans. I'm out.